What is going on YouTube? He's Steve. I'm Dave. This is the Insert Revolution podcast, episode 3. Busy week for me, card-wise. I know that. That's one of the best weeks I think I've ever had. I can't say many other weeks. Probably going to top this unless something else is popped out of the boxes that's going to demand more money than what I was able to part with. But how's your week been, Steve?
Could always be better, but still breathing, still working, still enjoying the hobby, even though don't pick up stuff as frequent. Still finding ways to enjoy it. That's kind of what keeps you going. You gotta circle back to the things that you love, that kind of put a smile on your face, that don't just make you dread what happened during the day.
Yeah, try to put the daytime, the job, or whatever other life behind you for the time being, and just decompress and take a Don West card bath and just sit there and swim in the cards for a while and try to forget the woes of the real life.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll have stuff coming in. Next week we won't have a show. I'll tell everybody that right out of the gate, so there's no hopes for next week. But
yeah, you won't have to put up with us for a week. So sorry.
Yeah, I think we've got a few hours that you can go back and listen to. You might have missed something and fallen asleep, or I mean, we got what, about
almost 8 hours. Almost 8 hours. Yeah, almost 8 hours.
So try finding that somewhere else. Yeah, I was able to sell a few things. Was able to cross a few big cards off of my want lists. I may have paid more than I should have, but at the same time, that's sort of the market and what you're looking at paying. And I'm comfortable with the price. I mean, I might say, oh, that's a lot, but at the same time, with the card, it's off the list. And that's
as long as you don't have buyer's remorse, then it's worth it. And that's, we talked about that many a times. It's one of those in which, unless you go, oh crap, man, I really shouldn't have done that, then that's when the problem is. And yeah. I can't say I've ever done that. So,
there's been times when you're just like, get that sort of, should I have really spent that much? More feeling than, oh, fuck, I paid way more than I should have for this. 2 are going off in an hour. I could have probably got those other 2 for half the price. It's nothing like that. So that's sort of where I stand, and I'm like, okay, it's both are graded.
We're doing the chalkboard now. I'm doing a picture
I've looked at other cards too.
I want a picture of the 2 of you in the morning. I'm doing first day of 8th grade on the chalkboard wall.
There hasn't been anything in the price range that I've been really able to make a deal for, which, again, you're going to get that. But yeah, it's the one card I really wanted to pick up was 97, 98, the totally certified Brodeur.
Oh, I already know. I used them at work on the chalkboard.
And then the platinum's 25. I haven't seen that ever. So the guy has it up for like 1,100 or best offer. I said,
the gold or the platinum?
Just the regular gold, totally certified gold. So I said, realistically, what's your best price? He said, I bought it for 1,200 a few years ago. I can go 900. That's not a card I'm going to get from you. He said, we'll get to that card I paid 900 for in a while, and that card's a little better than Broker. And then I've tried picking up a Nagurski cut. I just can't at the price where I'm comfortable. Everybody's about a couple hundred, 200, 300 above what I want. And then there's an Ernie Nevers. I want to get one of his cut autos, one up from the 02 SP Legendary cuts, but they want 9. I've offered, I think, 4. And even that, I'm just like,
you're kind of pushing it.
That's one of the groaners right there. And I'm like, come on now. I've seen some of the NT things from 07, I think, sell in the 350 range. Again, they might be a little more prominent serial number wise, but at the same time, it's like, oh, yeah, it's a problem, but I guess right now it's a good problem to have.
Well, it's one of those in which you had a good opportunity to get rid of some stuff that has no significance whatsoever, and you have the opportunity to focus on some of those large wants. And at the same time, we'll get into the subject later on about kid cards, or what you quote as kid cards. It's not the same concept for those specific ones per se, because they're later products.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, they still can somewhat fit in the same category, because it's one of those in which even you wanting them 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it still can kind of fit the same philosophy to a certain degree, but at the same time, it's a lot more substantial of an impact, so to speak. But even then, some of the cards that we'll end up showing a little bit later on when it comes to what we've quoted as kid cards. Now, mind you, I wasn't a kid, so to speak. I was still, I was in high school at the time when I came across these, or noticed or knew about them, or saw them pulled and things along those lines. But, at the same time, I have others on my list. We've talked about those earlier 90s stuff. And for me, I've stayed true to form. I always allude to this. I've always stayed with TD up to this point. And when I get to a point to where it's like, okay, I need to take a break. Hey, Aaron, take a break from trying to focus on Terrell Davis stuff. Then I'll go back to, looking at some of the sets that I've wanted to pick up over the years, because that, I've always done that as well. And then maybe look at some of those other ones, the Upper Deck Pro Bowls that you and I have talked about, that I freaking love. Mm-hmm. The 95, the 94 and the 95 SP Hullavues. Love them. The 93 Pinnacle Rookie, which I still hate that you have that. Now, if you wouldn't, since I know you have a few things, if you just want to slip that into the care package, I won't be disappointed. I'm just throwing that out there.
That's another one I should pull out too. Thank you for reminding me about that, because that one was one, again, that whole set. It didn't matter if you picked up Glenn Milburn, Stubblefield. I mean, it didn't matter if you were on the low end of the spectrum or the high end. Terry Kirby, if you were Bledsoe at the time, Meyer, Bettis, Natron. If you were at those guys, even Curtis Conway. So that set, you mean you didn't see them? You just didn't see them.
No.
So I mean, those were cards again that would.
And it's kind of interesting. So, Daniel, I'm going to circle back to your comment. You're not ready for the 90s inserts to completely blow up. From a football perspective, I just responded in the chat. I still think there's time, unless you want to identify, with the iconic inserts of the 90s. You still have time. You may pay close to high book value on some of them just because of the rarity, and depending on how somebody lists them for auction or for sale, for that matter. We're not in football season yet. If you really think about it, baseball, basketball, and hockey are still going, and that's where the bubble is right now. That's where the focus is, and that's why you're seeing some of the higher price stuff within those three sports. If you stay away from the essential credentials, the Crusades, the PMGs, the precious metals, even some of the rare insert
like
mirror golds,
the 96, the 97, you can sort of still get a fair price, as I'd say. if you see like a 98 Destination Honolulu, you're gonna pay out the nose for this. That's a 1 per case.
Yep. Cut above.
Yep.
Insert. Cut above. Yep. Cut above is another one.
So I mean, there's still a lot of room for growth, but right now you still can get it in the basement. You can still get on the floor. You're not going to pay penthouse prices yet.
Yeah. So Daniel,
basketball, you're in Abu Dhabi or United Arab Emirates on those tall buildings. You're not gonna. Unless you want to go card broke, you just want to be poor, flat out poor. You can go buy even like a Garnett. If you get like a Jambalaya, you're gonna probably pay $1,200-$1,500 just for that.
Yep.
And it's a great card, but still, it's not a $1,500 card. So again, at the same time, that's why the football bucket I like the most with the hockey. The baseball one sort of excludes some of the score inserts and of the genre stuff. That football one doesn't exclude anything. It's got like regional issues, stuff like that. Same with that hockey. That's just packed to the brim. Both of those are the ones I'd say get before the basketball and the baseball. But again, get those.
And he's talking about these.
Just leaf through this. That Beckett Almanac, the annual, the yearly magazine, not the monthly ones. Like it's an SRP, I think of like $35 or something, somewhere in there. But
$39.95.
So, and again, that the guy was out in New York. He had, I think, that for like $11-$12, something like that. Maybe cheaper. It might have been $9. But again, if you're looking just for inserts, that's a great piece of knowledge because they list the pack out. They list what the boxes were configured in every insert. I won't say every. I'll say 98% of them are listed for that time frame, minus some of the serial number things when you start hitting 98, 99, 2000, where they didn't have a specific ratio at that point in time. I mean, you still had other stuff that was, okay, you're going to get this zoning commission. You might get like 1 a box or 2 a box. But it wasn't like 1 per 18 or 1 per 36.
You still had information. You still had an understanding and an idea of what you could expect. And I haven't dove into mine near as much per se, I know, as you have, because I know you refer a lot to them at times when you make your videos, whether or not you're looking at it in real time or you prep yourself before making your video type situation. Something that I kind of have on my, I'll call it a want list, because I don't want to call it a to-do list because it'll never get done. But to take the opportunity and look through, my checklist and, sit there and go, okay, of what I have, who gives a crap about pricing? Who cares about high book value? I don't care. It's always as a gauge anyways. Of what I have, what's some of the more rare stuff that maybe I don't realize that I have? And it's because during that time span, so many products, so many parallels, so many inserts, there is no way that you can know it all. I used to consider myself a Beckett when I was younger because I could rattle off prices, baseball, football, and basketball, because I always would read through the Beckett, always, because my grandmother got me a subscription. So, it gave me something to do. But at the same time, it was more base, rookies, that type of stuff. I didn't always know details of the inserts per se. I knew of them. I knew the names of some of them, but some of the prices I didn't know. You have to deal with my wife and my kiddo having a conversation in the background. But before we go too off topic, because you and I were chatting before we went live, we wanted to really. My wife is throwing her shorts at me. Woohoo!
We know what you're doing after the show.
Because Mom's funny.
To circle back and go over something that we missed in our last episode, because I think it's something that we always want to bring light. We want to bring information, free of charge.
The charlatans, we're not paying this.
Yep, this
is premium service.
Yeah, this is free information. But Dave, I'll let you do yours first, because this is one that I didn't even know about. Not that says a whole lot, because like I said, when you're talking about the 90s, there's a lot of things that, you have to rely on. You have to rely on other people, because, some people are more knowledgeable on, this product, or somebody else is more knowledgeable on this product. Or if they truly are a devout player collector, maybe they're aware of some other obscure parallels and things along those lines. So Dave, I'll let you do yours first. I know we don't have an example, do we?
I wish. Okay.
I
mean, I got big on that. I think back in '98. 98 Leaf Rookies and Stars, baseball, football. There's no basketball, there's no hockey, so you don't have to worry about those. They had the longevity parallel, which is just I didn't get it, so we gotta pay again.
Yep, I was going to say that must have been misrouted.
If it went somewhere in Texas, it might have went south of you to a ranch somewhere.
It's possible, but I didn't get it, and I'm not on a ranch. I am somewhat in the country, but
they had the longevity parallel, which is just the foily parallel, and I think the background was either I want to say it was like the team logo.
Well, and if you give me a second, I may be able to pull the regular. And I should have thought about this, Dave, when we were talking. I should have pulled it out, because I have just a regular.
Because TV would have a couple of them anyway. Probably like the regular. There might be like a team card, like a checklist. You might have like a more sort of subset, but longevity, it's got the foil, just like a regular. I don't even know.
So it's right there.
You can see in the background that it's got the Broncos logo there.
Yep.
If you get card serial number 1, that is a 101. That card will be holographic. The foil will be like the rainbow foil. I'll just show the rainbow foil, but it'll have that foil on there. And if it's card number 1 of 50, that is a true 1 of 1 of that series, which I was hoping people on eBay wouldn't know. Before I said that last week, I had that at work. I was going through longevity, went to baseball, and football. Saw a few up. There's a Jeter, there's a Gwynn. There might be a couple other minor players. But if you see those and you see it's holographic, the foil, somebody might not know what they've got. Again, I'm not saying try to rip people off, but if you do not put the time in and research what products you're selling or what singles you're selling, and somebody's selling, I don't know, Frank Thomas for that's a number to 50 Frank Thomas, and you sell it for 100, and you get 1 of 50 because you see it's a holographic foil. That's on them.
Yeah, it's the eBay 1 of 1. First one stamped, last one stamped, jersey number 1 of 1. Thank you, baby. I wasn't done with that just yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. You need to go to the trash. Listen for her to fall off the stool. I told Dad to listen for you in case you fall off the stool.
Okay, so Dave can show that later. But it's 28,800, Brad. Get it right.
Come on. Got Marino on it. You should know.
But, and like I said earlier, that was one that I didn't even. So I was sitting there scrounging through my stuff. I'm like, maybe, can I be lucky? Because normally you think 1 of 1s, it's stamped 1 of 1. It's a different thought process and concept. And like I said, I had no idea that it even existed. One that I even showed in one of my videos, and this was Drew's Lefty NDB's video response, 5 years ago now? 6 years ago? And I know some guys on here may or may not be subscribed to me or even know who the hell I am, and that's fine too. But I am on YouTube. I do post from time to time, not as frequent as what I once did. But I did bring up this card. The contest was show your top 10. Is it top 10? Top 5.
Top 5.
It doesn't matter. Non-autograph or non-memorabilia cards. And, of course, I always put the preface in my video. I live in Texas, so I go by Texas math. I did one that was TD specific, and then I did one that, pretty much kind of spanned the sports. And one card that I showed, and most people, and I even brought it up in my video, and, for the few people that are here, if you collected in 97, it was not a Skybox Premium, because I even think they did it in later Skybox Impact, I think. Don't hold me to that. But 97 Skybox Premium, they had what they called a Reebok parallel. And everybody's like, what? So this is what I'm referring to. It was a small handful of cards. It was not all big name players. I think basketball, the checklist is like weak. At least within football, they had Emmett and John Elway, but they had varying parallel colors. So you see the Reebok here. So that, of course, denotes the Reebok parallel. But down here at the bottom, there was varying colors. They had bronze or gold. I can't remember exactly what the notation was, Dave. You could probably correct me if I'm wrong. A white, red, and then green, or I always refer to as emerald. So this is the emerald variation. And I haven't bothered to look at the Beckett in some time. But at some point, this card was like $80 to $100. Book. And these are randomly inserted in packs. But it looks exactly like the same. The base card looks the same. But you wouldn't know until you flip it over. So that's the green parallel.
Yeah, there doesn't list it said like one of the Reebok was per pack, but that was the base. And you had McCardle, Dale Carter, Ashley Ambrose, Ben Wintercoats, Emmett, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, John Elway, Greg Lloyd, Todd Collins, Leland McElroy, Herman Moore, the Field Mouse, Sam Mills, Irving Fryer, Ken Norton, and Rodney Hampton.
No, so, Bob, you cannot.
Yes. Pascal Siakam, PSA 10 Prism Silvers.
Yeah, but he should have bought that a few years ago.
Yeah, you're
too late for that.
Yeah, but then it's got the bronze is the base, silvers are 2 times the bronze, gold is 5 times, red is 25 times,
and green is like 50, isn't it?
50.
Yep, and Emmett books for what?
$50 it would be because it's a buck.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, the rarity of it.
Yeah,
it's you try to find it. Good luck.
So, and there are a few up on eBay. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. It's not like you can't find these. It's one of those in which not a lot of people realize that they even exist. And if I'm not mistaken, the ones that I stumbled across on eBay, I think I saw the green, Elway, and Emmett, but they're both listed for actually overbook, like 56.89 or something. But it's one of those in which most people have no idea that they existed. But they did it in basketball as well. But the basketball checklist is weak. But we wanted to at least circle back to that from the last podcast because we were chatting afterwards and we're like, oh, he had mentioned the next day. He's like, oh, crap, I forgot to bring this one up. And then he reminded me of this one. And I'm like, let's at least close off that, at least to kind of start the broadcast, because it's one of those in which, like we said, This is free information.
Free.
We're here because we enjoy the hobby. We enjoy the camaraderie. We enjoy having these conversations, showing off cards that not everybody has an opportunity to see. And, you know, Dave's got a crap ton of videos posted over the years. I mean, I have quite a few. I think I have a little over 200 videos, nothing compared to Dave. But, you know, him and his crappy player collections that he had, you know, he was picking up stuff for a few dollars. Yeah, I wouldn't go that far, Bob. No, there are things that are free. You're not paying for this. Yeah, you're not paying for this. But anyways, yet. Oh, so there's an ulterior motive. Okay, well.
Well, we're going to start a new channel, and I'm not going to make videos on here, and we're just going to make videos on there and pump and dump, baby. Pump and dump.
Works for me. And I got some oceanfront property in Arizona I'd like to sell too. But anyways, so I know we have a few topics that Dave outlined in the placeholder for the podcast. Unless anybody has some questions, anybody want to bring up anything before we start diving into topics for the evening?
It's possible. I mean, it's probable, but at the same time, now you look at like a lot of those chrome cards. Like, let's say you're pulling some refractor. Let's say a Kobe rookie refractor. That stuff is all stuck together because that gloss back then it was like lacquer. They just slathered it on, and you pretty much have to be. I don't know, you have to be a jeweler to try to separate the cards without any damage occurring. That's why you see like a lot of that SP 93 stuff for baseball being busted. You want to get that Jeter out. You want to try to grade it because guess what?
Everything stuck together.
Yeah, you keep on waiting. It's not going to get better. So, I mean, they exist, but at the same time, when I see some of these older box breaks, I'm just like, oh, please don't pull something huge, or please be gentle with the cards and not do the old where oh man, I can feel it's a brick, and then you start like shuffling the sides to try to break them up, and then like the top, you start like rubbing everything together like a pack of or like a 52 card deck. You're sitting there and you're just playing with it. I'm like, don't do that. I mean, it's very hard not to, because I've done it before, just out of habit. But yeah, when you're trying to bust something and pull something that's possibly a $15,000 to $30,000 card or more, you gotta pretty much be careful. But again, people don't know because the charlatans have brought them into the hobby.
Yep.
Their COVID bonus pay has brought them into the hobby because they can't go to the local betting track and throw money on a pug race or English bulldog competition or whatever. So now you have something that's burning up your time, burning up your money. No, that's for sure.
Leaf was notorious for sticking together. That was all.
93. I know, with like the little logo with the hologram on back.
Oh, yeah. You look at the back of the card in front of it, and you saw part of the goal. Oh, that was bad. That was bad.
I think somewhere I've got a box, but I don't know if it's series 1 or 2 of the baseball. One of my coworkers gave me. He's like, "Oh, I got all this stuff. I don't want it." So I'm like, "Well, do I open it or do I just let it sit and just say, hey, this was a box back then, instead of pack one card now?"
Yeah, let it sit and depreciate in value, not appreciate, but depreciate in value.
Even if you pulled something good, I don't even know. I don't think Frank Thomas had an auto that.
I don't know.
Because I know there's like a Frank Thomas set. I remember that, I think 93 with like the big hologram or the holographic strength, power, guile, stuff like that. It's like, it's not Street Fighter.
Sure it is.
Outside of Gary V's house, maybe it's Street Fighter for all the charlatans. So this will be the first topic we'll jump into, because you can do it.
Ouch. Ouch. Oh, Benny, ouch. That hurts. That hurts me.
Yeah,
that hurts. That hurts.
To the nether regions. But yeah, collecting on a budget and having fun on every level that you can collect at. You don't have to be, Nat Turner, Nat Moore, Nat Webster, somebody on Instagram that has seemingly the Scrooge McDuck vault of money. He's dropping tons of money on like those old Jordan inserts. I think he bought one of those PMG emeralds for $500,000-$600,000, maybe more. So again, he's got a few dollars. But a lot of us, most of us, 99.9% of us, don't have that kind of disposable income. Even that income really to work with at all, or fractions of that. But I mean, you can collect stuff from back then, stuff from now, maybe not so much. It's the last 5 to 10 years of stuff is so wonky, especially in the baseball market.
Yep.
Basketball, it just goes back to pretty much the dawn of time. And football, you can still comfortably collect those inserts from the early to mid 90s to the early 2000s. And even some of those patches from the first NT, the second NT, the 06, 07, 08, any of those NTs, you can probably pick up something. I mean, it'll be expensive to some. You get a Jim Brown patch auto at 25, you might be paying like 125 or so. But at the same time, that's going to be a card that will not depreciate in value, unlike probably a Juan Soto flagship rookie, which 8 billion of them were produced because every Target had a mega box, every Target had an update blaster, hanger packs, all this stuff. So, I mean, again, back then, 25 years ago, pull a case hit, you still only have to pay max $60 in some of them. Some, I mean, Brad, if he's still in here, we got that Marino Finest 96 gold refractor for a C note, $100.
$100.
The guy had the Favre, and if this would have been this week, that Favre would be coming here, but it wasn't. So
it wasn't meant to be. So
yes,
and we have those. Yeah, we have those conversations too. And we kind of touched on this prior to going live or whatnot. And for me specifically, my budget has substantially shrunk. But at the same time, I'm still enjoying the hobby, so to speak. I do a lot of watching because when and my budget is actually probably lower than that, just because of what we're trying to do from a future planning perspective, I guess, if you want to go that route. We made some stupid purchases and stuff along those lines along the way. A lot of people do. But, at the same time, we've got a plan and we're, trying to push towards that plan. And unfortunately, cards are not always in the budget. And, I alluded to this in the last episode that if I don't spend something 1 month, I usually let it carry over to the next month. And, there are times in which I go months without a purchase. And Dave knows this. Dave knows, he and I text frequently. And, when I pick up something, there's times in which I was like, hey, I picked up something, but I don't want to spoil it, because then that takes away, even though I know he's going to watch the video, it still takes away from some of the, the anticipation of what it could be. And that's because we share the same love of the 90s inserts. And although I've only picked up one card this month, and I showed it on the last one, and it's actually going to be, something that I show later on when it comes to kid cards. that Dave is, given the title to. It's one of those in which it still keeps me in the hobby. It's still, I don't have to have something all the time. I could buy a lot of the newer stuff, the base stuff, the simple, inserts, for a few bucks here and there, and actually have something. But to me right now, that's not enjoyable. And hence the reason why we decided to start doing this podcast was my refocused in love for the 90s. And that's really what I focus more on and pay a lot more closer attention to, because if I can steal something, I'm going to steal it. Mm-hmm. And when you're on a smaller budget, regardless of what that is, you want to make sure that you obtain something that you feel is the best value for what you're spending, and something that you enjoy, something that you like, something that you want. And you can still do that on a small, minimal budget, especially if you have a fondness for the 90s. There's a lot of things out there that you can get, even if it's not the best player, and something that, a lot of people don't realize. They try and focus on the Favres and the Rodgers and the Mahomes in the later years, and, Emmett and Peyton Manning. You people try and focus on those big names. But at the same time, if you come across something that is aesthetically pleasing to you, and through information and research that it's a 1 per case, 2 per case insert type situation, if it's something that you like and it's something that you wouldn't mind picking up, pick it up. There's nothing wrong with putting something in your collection that doesn't fit normal circumstances. Me, I'm different. I have one-track mind. I have the blinders on. But at the same time, if the mood strikes me, which it does from time to time, I do look at things outside of Terrell Davis per se. And, I'll look at other Broncos players from that era, not John Elway, because I'm not paying those prices, but others, Shannon Sharp, Rod Smith, Ed McCaffrey, those type of guys, even though, Eddie kind of came a little bit later. But I start looking for guys like that. Vance Johnson, Ricky Nattiel,
Atwater,
Mecklenburg, Atwater, anybody like that, to sit there and say, what, the fact that they're in some of these nicer insert sets, 1 per case, 2 per case type things, I look at them from time to time, but most of the time you'd never see them because it's not been my focal point. And, so you as an individual, regardless of how large or how small the budget is, there's always something that could be found. There's always something that could be had, something that you can add to your collection that you will enjoy. And most of us that are here, yes, I'm going to throw the quotes. We are still investors. I know that's a nasty word in the card collecting, but to a certain degree, we're doing this because we love the hobby. So to a certain degree, we are long-term investors, because guess what? When we're 6 feet underground, this stuff is going to go somewhere. If you have kids, it's going to go to your kids. What they do with it, who cares? But at the end of the day, it's something that if they choose to do something with, yes, I just did the quotes, Brad. If they choose to do something with it, they have that opportunity, in hopes that, maybe it can provide them some financial windfall. It's not millions. We're not doing this in hopes to pass millions on to our kids or we're not in it to be millionaires. And as much as what it would be nice to think that maybe there's that slight chance, we're still in this for the long haul. We're still in this for the right reasons. And we may sell stuff from time to time, but at the same time, it's to reinvest that money into what we want. So no matter the budget, small, large, whatever, it's one. And as long as you find ways to continue to add to your collection, build your collection, find something that you like, even if like I said, it doesn't normally fit the spot, who cares? It's yours. It's your collection. And as long as you're not having buyer's remorse, then all's good.
Yeah, I mean, you basically hit on pretty much everything. You don't have to go to eBay every day and look. It's nice, but then you start getting tempted to. I mean, yeah, again, I think everybody in here, anybody that's even the people that won't watch this that may scroll past it, they do the same thing. I know that we're all collectors. We're all, to a sense, completionists. If you are one of those completionists, if you want to be, and we'll come up in another episode about super collecting. That'll be something we both talk about in another episode. That'll probably just be the whole episode. But if you want to be in that realm, for me, and I know for Steve, you have to probably try to get, and again, 101s to 5s even, that's going to be a tough, but to 10 and up, try to get every card. And again, if you have a limited budget, the best place to do some of that stuff is ComC or eBay, and look at like the Burbanks, look at, I don't know if David Adams has something on there, that TNT guy when he's rolling through his auctions. Anybody else that's a big Boyd, all these big sellers that have just like warehouses full of stuff. Or if you find some seller, like I did with those Bledsoes, that had just bought a collection of Bledsoe, and I just started hammering out offers, and he's like, man, you're offering a pretty much half on everything. Just keep doing that. If you feel comfortable on it, and we'll work out a deal. I did. If you find people like that, you can slay. And you don't see, for me, for Bledsoe, I don't need every card. I'm not going to try to get every card. I'm getting stuff that I like.
Right.
For Josh Johnson, I am a fiend. I mean, this isn't any breaking news. But if you're trying to be the completionist, you're trying to be the super collector, you want to get one copy of every card within reason of your player, ComC, some of these eBay sellers, some of these other sites, that's going to be your best place to do it. Try to buy in bulk, save on the shipping. And again, you don't need to do that every month. Let's say you picked up a big card last month and you're like, okay, my funds are very discretionary this month. I cannot pick up another $300-400 card or whatever it was. I need to sort of fill in some of these spots. Do that. You still get a package or whatever. You still feel like you're doing something. You can still watch collecting. Maybe go back into the collection and look at some of the stuff, because I know that's another thing too that we all tend to do. We get that card. We got the big card, we just got it, and we need to look at it. Oh, it's awesome. That's so cool. Put it in the box. Put the top on the box. Let me check eBay. A lot of us, I'm very much in this category. We need to enjoy the stuff too, because again, the hunt is great, but the things you've hunted for that have been great that you've got, that also needs to come into consideration, and you need to enjoy, because if you don't, why are you doing this?
No, and 100% agree. And that's one thing that, when you and I originally talked about doing this, and I pretty much told you I'll be here to support you anyway. And knowing that it's started to become a consistent theme, I find myself looking through my boxes a little bit more frequent. And it's to reminisce, now I can't remember freaking everything. And Dave, if you said you could, I'd call you a liar because, especially when it comes to Josh Johnson.
I can remember most.
Unless you have tags on the back of your stuff, which I don't. But at the same time, there's a lot of things in which I can remember if I got that out of a collection that I purchased. Or, there's certain cards that I've gotten from individuals within the community that I remember specifically. And things along those lines. But the fact that, we've been doing this now for 3 weeks. Next week is a hiatus, just FYI. We will not be doing this next week. Dave is on vacation. So good for Dave. I know y'all are all disappointed. I'm so sorry. You're just going to have to deal with it because I'm not doing this by myself. Not to mention I couldn't do it on Dave's channel. That'd be kind of hard. So it'd have to be on mine. And we probably wouldn't get near the viewers either. But that's okay too. But doing this has given me the opportunity to look back through a lot of stuff and get that level of appreciation and, go down memory lane of getting that in a said collection because it was one in which you didn't realize. And I've been more focused on, this stuff, inserts, parallels, that type of stuff, and not so much on the autos. Not that I don't have a lot of nice autos. I mean, I have some beautiful stuff, beautiful, but it's not at the top of the priority list. It's not something that strikes or piques my interest right now. It really has been trying to circle back and focus on plugging a lot of those holes, whether it be big cards, whether it be, small inserts, small parallels, or anything along those lines. That's really what it's been really about. I love it. That puts a smile on my face. And like I said, it's, going back to the whole budget thing. Even if your budget is small, there are so many cool things in the 90s that they've tried to bring back in later years, which I'm sorry is not the same. And for anybody out there that thinks they are, I'm sorry, you're crazy. They do have some nice stuff. I'm not taking away from the fact that there is some nice stuff out there. It's just there was, and we talk about this all the time. There was so much creativity and ingenuity and so many manufacturers that created those manufacturer wars, so to speak. What can they do next? What's the next type of technology that they can come out with? And when you have that level of competition, which is why I hate that there's only one manufacturer for football, because one company cannot come up with all the great ideas. It doesn't happen.
No.
And it really, I don't want to say it takes away from, being a collector, so to speak, but I think it hurts it, which is why you're still not seeing the level of demand for some of these cards in football, because for whatever reason, people are still buying shit, and I'm going to call it that because that's the only option that they have.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as they keep buying that, that means there's still opportunities for those of us who enjoy this decade into the early 2000s. We still have opportunities to pick up stuff. At some point, it will change. We all know it is. At some point, it will change. But before it gets to the point to where it prices all of us out of the market, I'm going to be honest. Do it now, because come football season, you're going to see an even bigger spike. I mark my words. You will see a bigger spike. because you're seeing it in all three sports that are going on right now. All three, hockey, baseball, and basketball, you are seeing spikes in ultra modern base cards, base inserts of superstars. You're going to see it. My gut tells me you're going to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the time that we are in right now. And it's going to be no different in the retail market. You're going to see the same thing. If we don't, I would be surprised. And I will retract everything I said in this episode and say, you know what? I was wrong, but good for us. You know what I mean? But my gut just tells me that because of the situation that we're in and the fact that the three sports that are live right now and playing, that's why you've seen some of that bubble within those three sports. You know, you've experienced it in hockey. You started to see some of those spikes and some of those not obscure parallels by any stretch of the imagination, but you're starting to see that uptick on some of those cars that you would never think that would sell for $50, $60, $100, $120. And I'm not talking about the iconic ones. I'm not talking about your mirrors. I'm not talking about, you know, anything along those lines that, you know, are just transcendent of the hobby. You're seeing that one per case insert selling for, you know, $400, $500, $600. You're going to see it. You're going to see it in football.
And that's with football coming up. If you've got any of the ultra modern, be ready to listen.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was hitting the table.
Be ready to listen because everything is going nuts. Caffeine and that stuff. I get it. There's stuff I'm sure I could have got more money on. I don't care. It's stuff I really didn't care about. There was maybe one card I had, some, like, oh, it's a nice card, but again, who cares? Stuff that's sitting in my boxes for years, at least 4 years, and if I can make that money, pool it into something that I'm getting several things that, luckily, some of the hockey, which I know Steve's going to love watching that video, some of those hockey inserts that I have coming in, I am over the moon for because of the prices I got them for and how often they show up on auction. But again, I was a charlatan. I took my premium advice I paid for from someone else. I sold the stuff and I got cash money for it. So I had a lot more in the budget for this month. And again, in the preceding months. But sort of tying back in, if you, again, depends on your situation altogether. First I'll go to this because I wanted to, as long as it's on my mind. Another reason I think some of these people are coming in to the hobby, they're not going to the games. They're not spending thousands upon thousands for courtside tickets. All that experience of an in-game situation. So they're taking that money that they pool towards that, and they're putting it towards cards of their players.
Now I got you, Vinny.
Depending on your situation, financially, family-wise, whatever, if you can pool money away and then have it, like last year, I wanted to go national, that wasn't going to work out. That's fine. So I had money set aside. Because every month, a certain amount comes out of, or every week, a certain amount comes out of my check, goes into a savings account type thing, Christmas club, we call it. So, and I talked, I think, with Michael Phillips, this film not yet rated, and Joey, Birdcat 8, about a card that had popped up. I'm like, Give me information on it. I know it's a print run of like 221. What about the grades? I don't care about them per se. This auto is about as good as you can get of this guy of a cut signature. And Joey's like, well, I paid $700, I think, at Cleveland National 2016, I think. And then he said Ryan, RBI Crew 7, also had one, same grade, but there was only, I think there's us three, or there's 7 total of the grade. So it was a Monday. I remember that. Again, that's where my memory seems to work best, on shit that nobody should ever remember. It went off about 12:30, so I was about a half hour left of my shift. Slipped down to the bathroom, hop on eBay, do my business. I'm sitting there, put my max bid on, because I told Joey and I told Michael it went off that day. I think they were watching. And I got it for the minimum, or the opening bid, not the minimum, the opening bid. And I was just like, no way. One of the cards I referenced back in, and again, I've said this before as well, make that January sort of like goal list, just to hold yourself somewhat accountable. You don't have to follow it, but I mean, at least you can have, if you're like me and you have a California interstate with a focus, or you've got Steve's, like, what'd you call them the other night? The back roads, the county road, like in Texas.
Oh, farm to market roads.
Farm to market width for like Terrell Davis. You at least can go back and recall that and say, okay, shit, I haven't looked up for like a Dick Knight Green Lane auto. I need to do that because that's something I want. And again, with my collection and my collecting habits, that sort of gets washed aside from time to time, depending on where I'm ebbing and where I'm flowing. So I couldn't believe it. I'm like, this, and no, it's not a true gem, but that's fine. I really don't care. I was able to get this, and this was a card which ties into 2 of these things, because as a kid, when you saw these, and I was 22, so I was a kid. But you're still young enough in the hobby where you're not, most of us that were then aren't making what kids are making now, or flipping and hustling now and being entrepreneurs like a lot of the 15, 16-year-olds today. I don't know, the silver spoons are falling out of their mouths in their pockets. Trust funds are going wild. But I was able to get this, which again, about as good as you're going to get for his auto, on a cut signature. I think there's one other one up there, but it's $2,000, and I'm not going to pay $2,000 just because there's an I at the end of the name. But this does go to the kid card thing, which we'll talk about later. And this is like a budgetary card, which I got a message right away from Clint, Cole Hamels fan 1. He's like, yeah, that's nice. You put something about a budget, and you put this guy's autograph as the avatar. But a Vince Lombardi, the little Gatorade bottle. Vince Lombardi cut, which again, you're thinking, well, you're stupid. That's not a, but that's on a budget where it's like, okay, I have this money set aside for something. Those plans fell through. Do you have to spend it on this? No, you can continue to save. This popped at the perfect time. So I'm like, okay, I'm not going to Chicago. I'll get pretty much the number 1 card on my want list.
On your bucket list.
Yeah. And it was something that it cost $920 shipped.
Which is crazy when you think about it. But something like that, it's hard to put a number. It's hard to put a price tag on it. You know, did you overpay? Did you not overpay? Did you steal it? You know, are you freaking crazy to spend something like that on a piece of cardboard? But that's how I am with sets, though. Mm-hmm. I don't have card lists. I have set lists. And when I take my breaks, so to speak, from focusing on Terrell Davis and stuff, I will always shift focus to sets. And I've done well on picking up some of them over the years. And, I've talked about, the whole Topps Chrome thing, and that's not even what I was alluding to when I'm referring to, sets. But there's still some of them high on my list. 76 Topps. For those who collect football, that's Peyton's rookie year. But I want a decent condition. I don't need it graded. That's not what I'm looking for. But, 76, 81, 82, 84, 85, 86, and just down the list. And then you've got, I even have the USFL ones too. But 92 Stadium Club is another one on my list. But, I go through and I look through like the Beckett per se, maybe not this one, but, in years past, so it's like, okay, since I like the whole set thing, yes, I like to put them together myself by opening packs and stuff like that. I mean, that is fun for me, but that's not feasible. Looking through the Beckett, okay, looking at all these various sets, who's the key rookies? Looking at sets in which maybe only has, like 96 Bowman's Best, for instance. I'm pretty sure that's one of the only products that has Teddy Bruschi as a rookie. Don't hold me to that, but I'm pretty sure it's one or two maybe that have his rookie card.
Yeah, there might be something like a Pacific later brand.
Yeah, something like that. But, you get where I'm going with this. Adam Vinatieri, or Vinatieri, however you want to say it, doesn't matter. He's only in Philadelphia. I don't remember what year. I'm drawing a blank. Okay, so thank you. But those are things that are on my list because of the player. And because they're maybe not so much now, but in that time, you look at, for instance, Terrell Davis. Terrell Davis didn't really start having any sort of notoriety until later on in the season, which is why he's even limited in the number of cards they produced in 95. If he would have, really been a standout from the beginning, then he probably would have been in more products in 95, more insert sets, so on and so forth. But he wasn't. If he would have been a year sooner, that's doubt he would have made the Pro Bowl. But, you get where I'm going with this because I would love to have the 94. You know where I'm going with that. But, that's beside the point. So it's still going back to the whole budget thing. As long as you do your research and you wait and you're patient, patience is key in all this. And I can sit there and say that I haven't always been as patient on things, but patience usually does pay off in your favor if you're willing to wait. And that has definitely been the case when it comes to some of the cards that I'll show later on when we get to the kid card portion, and even from the set perspective. I mean, it's at the end of the day, set your budget, stick within your budget, but still have fun with it because you can, regardless of how big or how small it is. You could have a $5 budget, and I'm being serious. I know it's a lot harder these days, but if you go back some years, even on a $5 budget, you can still find something that you love and that you like and that you would love to add. So just throwing that out there.
Yeah, and with the budget too, it's a lot easier spending that $5 to get a $5 budget if there's card shows going on. You're leafing through the dime box, you're leafing through the quarter box, you're leafing through the 5. I mean, if you're doing it online, that may be a little more difficult. But there again, if you've got stuff, go to blowout.com. Go do some of the old school YouTube for sale for trade videos. Generate some interest that way. Maybe you could trade. Maybe you could trade something away to somebody, get a card you really like, and some cash. And guess what? Your budget just increased, and you got a card you like, or something you really don't have too much attachment to. So, again, you can do it. You just have to be willing to work towards it and work again with your whatever level of monetary compensation you can throw towards the hobby.
100% agree.
Nice to see you too, Wes. Where have you been?
We're a figment of your imagination. You're not actually seeing us live tonight. This is a replay of episode 2.
Hopefully not that long.
No. Yeah, let's try to keep this one a little bit shorter. My kiddo starts back to school tomorrow, so
we'll roll into the next topic. And with this one,
no, Daniel, I would disagree with it.
No, yeah, that's
no. Nope.
No, those are just like the football where they're very cool. That speckle foil on the name, and
that's one of my kid cards.
Those are, I love them. I mean, I think I've still got to pick up an Abreu, which is insane for me to say that, but that's one of the ones that I need to get for Abreu. And I know it's not that much. One of those ones where, again, something I usually have trouble with is seeing something I'm like, oh, I completely forgot about this card. Let's push the one I know about back even further, instead of just saying, let me get the one I know about. Then I don't have to worry about it.
Right.
But
no, you may be new, but something.
What's going on, Ray?
Something, and I'm not going to use the I word for that one. I can't. I can't do that.
Man, not too bad.
No, doing fantastic. Thanks for asking. Regardless if you're new, and like I said, I'm not going to use the I word for those, but something that were a lot tougher to pull and really, to me, are very eye appealing. If you can get one of somebody under $10, especially if it's your team, something along those lines, to me personally, I would jump all over it all day long, because at some point those will continue, and I hate to use this, but they will continue to appreciate in value just because they are condition sensitive first and foremost, and you don't see them very often. So the fact that you were able to get that for under $10, and if you like the guy, if it's somebody from your team, fantastic. I think that's fantastic.
Well, that Renteria had a pretty decent career too. With Florida, and then later with St. Louis. So it wasn't like he was a schlub for one season and that was it. And they spent $10 delivered on it, like I did with another card I'll show off in a later mail video. But again, I wanted to get one of those copies of the card. What I refer to, like with the condition, and again, I'm going to show one baseball, which I know Steve loves. Ray might. But I don't know if you're going to be able to see on this card. See if I can.
Nope, I see it. Nope, I can see it. There looks to be like some indentions up there at the top right-hand corner.
Yep, right where that black's at.
Yep, I can see them. You can see the shadows.
That foil came through the back. to the front. But again, being an Abreu guy, thankfully got this before the stuff popped.
Super rave.
Yeah, you're not gonna be paying $5 pretty much for any of those. But what I got it for is what I consider a steal. I mean, it's still like $30, but again, you don't see it.
And I think that's probably a good piece of advice, Brad. But on the at the same token, depending on rarity, and there's a lot of things that have to be considered when it comes to rarity. And I try and use that term very loosely because rarity can be interpreted multiple ways.
Mm-hmm.
Serial number wise could dictate rarity. Pack pull ratio can dictate rarity. So it's one of those in which I try and use that term very loosely. However, if it's something that is extremely hard from a ratio or a low serial number, especially from this time period, hopefully the seller has the common courtesy to notate any condition sensitivity. Because in the 90s, there's a lot of base rookies, parallels, because of a lot of the foil board that was used in even some of the die cutting and the laser cuts. They're a lot more condition sensitive during that time span. And if the seller has any common courtesy, and I'm using that term instead of others because a few other choice words come to mind, they need to notate them. And I can understand that from a vintage perspective. It's corners on a vintage card, I think, are a little more acceptable. I'm not a vintage guy, but to me personally, corner issues would be a lot more acceptable for me than creases. Creases to me just really, they take away from the visual aspect of the card.
Just depending on where it's at. If it's like through the face of the card, then you're like, that's just too much. I mean, if it's on the side or the centering for me on those, but with a vintage card, most of the time, I'm not going to say all, most of the time, you can see right away, at least there's something wrong with it. Like,
and
that's
well, yeah. No, absolutely, because people didn't, we look back on our younger years and, the junk wax era, we didn't take care of our stuff. Well, okay, maybe not all of us, but most of us probably didn't take care of our stuff like we do today because we understand. We know, that's something that we need to focus on. But you're right.
Aware of it, but I mean, not to the level now where it's like another child.
Well, and that's true too. I mean, I'll be honest. All my base cards are in 5,000 comp boxes. They're not in even some of my rookies, inserts, parallels, and some of that stuff. They're not all in sleeves either. Now I probably need to get off my ass and do something with it because I just never know. But when you're looking at something from the 90s perspective, some of that stuff is very difficult to notice. Unless they're showing like the sides of the cards and things along those lines. The coloring, the technology is different. So you have edge issues. You have some potential corner issues and things along those lines. But when you look at your vintage stuff, it's very easy to sit there and look at the picture of the scan, as long as it's the actual scan of the card, which, sometimes that does happen. It's very easy to pick up. 90 stuff, some things it's easier, sometimes it's not. But like I said, you hope for somebody who's honest when they're selling their stuff and they're at least giving you true condition of said card. Now, Dave, I'm hoping that before you bought that, something was notated in that listing for you to even try and go after that card.
I mean, I saw the Abreu. I saw that foil on the back, but I was like, you know what? For the price, the rarity, $30, I'll pay that every day of the week. maybe even twice on Sundays when I go to my ranch. But again, that's where it comes into play. It's not the worst thing in the world. If that corner was peeling, then I'm like, oh, okay, that's something I might stray away from. If there's like foil everywhere coming through, it's a lot more prominent. Then I'm like, maybe. But again, the corners, when it's corners and chipping on the edges or creases, those are the three things. I mean, the foil placement. I mean, you had so many errors and numbers from that foil perspective because you're layering so many cards in the 90s. It wasn't just like, here's a card, let's get the cutter out, boom, 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 slice, slice, slice. It's like you're stacking. It's like a cake maker. You're just placing stuff on top of more stuff. So it's like there's bound to be errors. There's like you'll see a Bledsoe in the video from last night. There's a distinct error in the production of that card because the foil top piece that went over where the ball was to like where it had like a decoy part.
I saw that. That's the collector. Was that the collector's edge football one specific? Yep, I remember seeing that.
So I'm like, again, they don't pop. I didn't pay a ton.
So case in point, and this may not show, but there is a very distinct refractor line. Right? I mean, it's right here. I mean, you can see it all the way through the card. But, 96, select certified, mirror red. I don't care. Refractor lines, to me, is not a turnoff, and I'm going to use that term for something like that because just of the... And I'm not going to
you from going
correct. And we were talking about this earlier. It's condition. If you're one of those who's going to focus, what's going on, Snoop? If you're going to focus on, trying to grade your player collection, so to speak, and you have this grand idea of having 9s or higher in said collection, then if your player played in the 90s, good luck because you're going to pay for it. And although there are times in which you kind of look at something, it's like, oh crap, I didn't notice this. It may have a little bit of a ding corner. It doesn't turn me off from trying to go after something, especially if it's something that I need and I really want, especially for something that's, rare, higher pack pull ratio, things along those lines, things that you don't see very frequent. It's no different. PMGs, I would be perfectly happy with an 8.5. I would be perfectly happy with an 8 because they are so condition sensitive. Essential credentials, I want a 9 at a minimum, just because they're not, at least for me, they don't seem to be as condition sensitive as the PMGs are. So the easiest way to look at that is by looking at the grading aspect. But a lot of the stuff that I've come across, whether it be in collections or things that I've purchased in auction or things along those lines, I've never been turned away from a card. There's one that I'll show later on that's in my kid list just because of, knowing that they exist and things along those lines, and never pulled one myself per se. But something that I purchased later in, my collecting years, and it's faded. Mm-hmm. The color is faded. But it still didn't take away from me sitting there going, okay, this is one of those that I have to have. The seller has both this card and the additional parallel. Save a little money. I'm going to win both of them. but I knew it was faded. I knew it when I bought it. Now, does that mean that I won't look for one that maybe isn't faded? At some point I will. But as of right now, it's in the collection. And if I find another one, great. If I don't, who cares?
And that can go back to the first topic of the budget. You can find a placeholder that you feel comfortable with of something that's super rare. Get it if it's at your price point. If it goes stupid amount, let's say you want to pay $80 for something, it's up to $175. Like, okay, this is a copy. If I pay $200 for it, I'm going to be pissed because yes, I want the card, but I'd like the card in a little better condition.
Absolutely.
When another one pops up like $140, 2 weeks later, you're like, shit, I blew my wad on that. Now this nice copy shows up and I'm not going to be able to get it. So again, rarity, you need to take that into consideration because, again, if it's something that's serial numbered and you know it's the true serial numbering, that is what you need to look at. Again, because a lot of these 90s inserts, not until they hit like 99, when you start to see like the 1500, 2500 was more prevalent. Anything like 97, 96, they were low number. I mean, you had a couple Proline in there, a couple Donruss in there. Most of the stuff that you found that was tough was a 97 Collector's Ed Masters, I think the Marauders. I showed the All-Stock Bledsoe. There's a Supreme that's hand numbered to 50. Those, I mean, but again, you've got a different scale when it comes to talking about the surface. It's the
right.
Like Flixer, Sky Motion surface, so there's not as much wear and tear that can happen to that. It's not like a foil board, like an Ultra Stars or something of that caliber, where it's like super foil on like a regular base card, where there's a lot of chances of chipping, stuff like that to happen, and it's a rare card. So again, if it's a serial numbered card, you can get it cheap. You can be the placeholder, and you can be like, I'm happy with just getting this for now, knowing down the road if something else should pop up, I want to get that, or at least make a run after it.
Right.
Right now, I'm happy with it just being in the collection. It's partially knocked off the list. If I never see another one again, hey, at least I've got one. That's
absolutely.
And for player collectors, that's times I don't get why. Again, vintage stuff. If you're buying graded vintage, and you want a Maze rookie, of course you want a 7. You want a 6. You want something that's you're not going to be able to afford that. If I can get a 2, pay whatever they go for, and it's still nice and centered, no paper loss, stuff like that, I'll be happy with that because at least it's in the collection.
Right. Well, it's no different than, being a set collector, so to speak. And I'm more referring to jersey patch autos, patch auto, those type of set collections. Depending on varying numbering and things along those lines, everybody wants a multicolor patch. That's just what we want. I mean, let's be real. Everybody wants multicolors, and of course you want the most amount of colors you can get with the most amount of breaks. And if you can get a logo patch, of course, that's just like freaking
Holy Grail.
Yeah. So I get it. But when you're looking at sets, especially when you're talking about jersey patches, stuff along those lines, and I guess I should more refer to patches. There probably are some jersey sets out there that may have some funky numbering. But if you've got short prints, if they pop up and you want to complete that set, you buy that card and you hope for an upgrade later. Because if not, there's always that possibility that you will never see it again. And I've only collected 2 patch sets in my life, and I will never do it again. Ever.
I agree, Brad. I'm in that same
Which way are we going with that statement, though? All right, then. I think all of us can agree with that. But I've only collected 2 patch sets in my life, and I will never do it again. At least one of them, they were all numbered to 25, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But the other one, there was 5 or 6 short prints, one of them being numbered to 5. And when I first thought about doing the set, I didn't bother to look at the checklist. And I thought about saying, yeah, this is stupid. It'll probably never happen. And I was at least fortunate enough to complete the set. Dave, you know which ones, I'm pretty sure you know which ones I'm talking about. And I'm the proud owner of a patch set in which there's only 5 sets that can never be completed, period. And almost all of them are at least 2 color. But I got lucky that one number to 5 popped up on eBay, and I paid a premium for it. And the biggest reason it's a logo patch. It's the cardinal head. It's the cardinal beak. So, but the 2010 Leaf Certified Mirror Gold patch set, I have all of them. Not the Immortals. I didn't go in to do the Immortals because I think Ernie Davis was in there, and at that time that card was stupid. But you know, it's one of those in which set collecting, player collecting, especially if you have low serial numbered stuff, whether it be inserts, parallels, jerseys, autos, patches. If it's low numbered and you want it in the collection, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. If you were truly looking at having one of most cards produced, and sometimes that gets pretty expensive. Coming from experience, which, you know, to a certain degree, which is why I'm a little bit more focused on a budget, because it got a little crazy. But at the same time, there's no regrets because at some point when I get off my ass and actually do my PC showcase, people are, shut up, Dave. Shut up. Then hopefully people can appreciate, you know, that level of effort of trying to add some very nice stuff to my collection. And the nice thing about it is at least for me, what's interesting is I focused on that for so long, and the fact that now I've circled back and focusing on a lot of stuff from my heyday of collecting, the years in which I was working and I was putting the money into this. That's what's kind of kept it fresh for me though too. So I don't know. I'm enjoying it a lot more than what I did, I guess. Maybe that's because not a lot of things pop up as frequent. So it's one of those in which when something does pop up, it's like, oh, now it's time for the hunt. You know, it's really that anticipation, that excitement that builds up. And, you know, circling back to the condition thing, it's one of those in which, like for the Select Certified I showed earlier, I didn't know it had a refractor line because you don't always see them in the pictures. And most sellers, either they don't realize that it's a thing and they don't notate it in their auctions, or they just don't give a shit. Mm-hmm. And I hate to say that because, this guy was not the guy that we've bought a lot of our recent 90s stuff from. Okay. And he doesn't notate a lot of the condition type sensitivity things that should be notated. Mm-hmm. When you're talking about your primary colors die cuts, they have edge issues around the die cut, and even just on the non-die cut edges, they have edge issues. They've always had edge issues. And I know you were disappointed when you ended up getting one, and I identified the the edge wear, and it wasn't notated in the listing. And that's not the way stuff is supposed to be. If you're going to sell stuff, now there are going to be times in which you may miss something. You know, we're not professional graders. Well, at least I don't think any of us are. We're not going to look over these with a freaking, you know, eye loop and look at things along those lines. We're not going to get to that level of granularity. But for something that is glaring when it comes to edge wear, freaking call it out. It's not going to hurt anything, especially if it's something that's rare or serial number to 25 or less, even 50 or less. Be honest. Take the time. Do what you're supposed to. That's what brings people coming back to you, so to speak, if you are trying to be an honest seller. Yeah, and I'm sure you were trying to find it. I'm guessing you were trying to look for it.
I've got two of them. One I knew, one I didn't. And one is that primary colors blood silver.
And I remember you calling that out specifically when you got it. Yep. Yeah, they were known for that. And you can't tell me as a seller
you can see
you're not looking over them visually.
But this one did. This one was good, which I knew about it. But again, to 25, I'm like, I know I'm not going to find another one. And if I do, I'll jump on that one too. But I mean, that's not the only place on the card where it's peeling. But again, I knew that.
But they told you that. So, and that's what I was alluding to. The fact that they did state it.
And then on this one, it's a 2001, numbered to 75. But on the top, the roller lines.
Yeah, the crimping.
Yeah.
That's where like they crimp the pack closed.
So up there. Yep. Yeah, and again, I didn't pay a ton, but again, at the same point, I want to know, hey, don't put your generic every card is in like new condition. It's not. I mean, it might be everywhere else, but say, hey, roller lines, crimp lines on top.
And for stuff in the 90s, with so much of it being condition sensitive, people should be taking the opportunity, unless it's graded, you know, people should take that time to review stuff, because there are individuals out there that are perfectionists as it pertains to what they add to their collection. And some people may be willing to reduce that perfectionist mentality for something that is extremely rare. But at the same time, you need to call out the specific flaws. If you can notice them, but take the time to visually observe them and make sure that you are calling out something specific. Yeah, I'll give you a
you can see something and you're like, okay, I got to put this in the listing. Because again, if I'm seeing it just casually looking at it, guess what?
Well, and I'll give you
nobody are going to see the same thing and be like, hey, why isn't it listed like this?
Well, I'll give you a prime example. And I'm glad that somebody called this out, because, you know, now I still have it. I had listed a 96, 97 SPX Kobe Bryant rookie. Mm-hmm. And at the time, of course, this is before he, you know, died tragically. Mm-hmm. I had done a scan and everything else along those lines. And one of the individuals who had interest in the card asked if there was a dimple in like the hologram. Mm-hmm. And I was like, so I, of course, went and pulled the card, took it out of the top loader, took it out of the sleeve and looked at it. And I was like, well, yeah, shit, there is. I apologize. I didn't notice it. Thanks for calling it out. I pulled down the listing. I'm kind of glad I did, because now I still have it. And if for any reason I choose to get rid of it, then, you know, it'll fetch me a little bit more money. However, I pulled that card. And at the time, I was trying to get rid of some stuff for a substantial purchase that didn't come to fruition. So it's one of those in which it still holds that sentimental value because I pulled it myself and I still have it. So, it's one of the, it's not a 10. I already know it's not a 10 because it's got that dimple in the hologram. But, it's still, it's a Kobe rookie. So.
And then when you talk about like jerseys or patches in the window, again, this is one I knew I had, so I pulled it. You can see.
Yep, that good old crease right there at the top left.
So, Brad, you're going to get some more AFC East love. There's a bottom one, too. But again,
oh, yeah, that one's worse than the – I didn't notice the bottom one when you showed that earlier to me. I noticed the top one, but I didn't notice that bottom one.
Which I saw in the scan, and he listed, too, again. Won't grade a 10. There's creasing on the window, the corner window.
Such torture. Yep, 2 of 5.
2 of 5. So at what point it's like, okay, I like Corey Dillon. I don't collect him, but again, if I can find a nice patch of him that's low numbered, this goes for pretty much anybody that had a decent career, and it's a decent price, I try to pick it up. I'm very key on like those tools of the trade. That and fabric of the game are 2 of my sets I like to just, if there's something that catches my eye, I'll go after it. No matter the price, but again, within reason, and that was, I don't know if that cost me like $30, $35, which again, probably people are like, oh, that's a ton for Corey Dillon. He didn't have a Hall of Fame career. Well, he had a Hall of Very Good career.
Right.
For a long time there, he held the single game, was it rushing record? It was like 276, 280, 2 something.
It was.
Because it was like his rookie or second year, he had just a huge game. I want to say against Seattle. That sort of just sprung him into like the national spotlight. Because again, the Bungles back then, yeah, they had Blake, yeah, they had Carl Pickens, but those were about the only 2 players you knew on the team. And then Corey Dillon comes along. Ooh,
yep.
What do we got here? But he had a attitude problem there. But again, it's Cincinnati, and he'll lose for that many years. Guess what?
Hall of Very Good. Absolutely. And that's something that not everybody takes into consideration.
No.
It's you have people who focus on Hall of Fame players, which is great if you can afford that price point. There are some Hall of Fame players that are out of a lot of our reach from a price point perspective, unless you have the ability to stash back money. There are some Hall of Fame players that don't get the love that they should for whatever reason. But at the end of the day, as Dave usually alludes to, collect what you love what you collect. And regardless of if it's Hall of Fame, Hall of Very Good, even if it's just somebody that you liked who, I don't want to say puts mediocre numbers up, because that could be, insulting, depending on sport or anything along those lines. But if it's somebody that you like, it doesn't matter what their performance is. It boils down to going back to exactly what I said earlier. Collect what love what you collect what you love. End of conversation. It's not up to anybody to dictate how do I want to put this? Nobody can dictate what's good to you. It's subjective. It's up to you. End of conversation. And at the end of the day, if you love what you have and you still love to show it off, and you do it because you want to, because you enjoy it, you want to share that collection, It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Because it's what you want. It's what you want to show. It's what you have picked up. And there is not a damn person in this world that should tell you otherwise of whether or not it's good, bad, or indifferent. Period. And I'll leave it at that.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Again.
Or the beer holder.
Either way. We'll accept either answer. Yeah, if you're listening to somebody else tell you what to collect and you can't think for yourself, this hobby's not for you. You're gonna get burnt out because you're gonna buy stuff that you don't have any real interest in or any investment. Personally,
you forgot the air quotes, Dave. You said investment.
But I mean, time, like let's say our time has been invested into this.
I was giving you crap. I knew what you meant. Dave. I just had to give you crap.
I'm not talking about the charlatans. Like our time's been invested in collecting players and cards, learning about this stuff. It's not just something we started 6 months ago and we're a hobby veteran after a year. Fuck you. No, you're not. You're gonna get kicked in the nuts, Rochambeau. It's when you invest this much time, this much effort, this much love, dedication, any of those words you want to put with it, this hobby becomes something more than just a hobby. So, again, collect things, even if you want to collect game used stuff, you want to collect, what are the figures? Not starting lineups. What's the second? The McFarlanes. You want to go back, collect those. You want to collect posters. You want to collect, I don't know, whatever.
Autograph memorabilia. It doesn't matter.
Whatever you want to collect. If somebody else tells you that it's shit or that it's not up to their snuff, they deserve to be punched in the dick or the box. That's bullshit. I hate that. You can tell somebody, well, that's just, you know what? Keep it to yourself.
Don't watch my stuff.
Exactly. If you see Steve saying, fuck, I'm thrilled to get this Terrell Davis card. I'm stoked. Say, hey, congrats. Boom, done. You don't have to be a dick. And that's a lot of what this hobby is. I know people don't like negativity, but if you're watching my channel with him, Mr. Steve, guess what? You're going to have a little negativity. We're not flowers and sunshine all the time.
It's not negativity. It's speaking the truth.
Well, yes, but I mean, when people are like, well, I just want to talk about the positives of the hobby. Well, guess what? With positives come negatives. It's called life.
Yep.
I don't live in some sort of bubble that nobody else lives in. But when people start that stuff, or they talk behind your back, or you catch wind of that type of stuff, just disassociate with those people. Those people have their own problems. The dick measuring contest. They got to get their thimbles out. Collect what you love.
Yep.
You want to pick up Wayne Corbett? Get the best Wayne Corbett collection out there. You love Zach Thomas or shitty Miami Dolphins? Buy them. Buy them.
Brad.
Adult diaper. If you find a 1-in-4 insert to be the best looking insert, if you put them all in a row, if you've got all of them, like, I really like that one the best. Put together that set.
Yep.
Don't let anybody else dictate what you believe in or what your preference is, ever. Your collecting goals, your collecting vision should be of your own accord. You can take advice from other people. You can say, hey, Jojo Shabadoo over here, man, that's a great thing. I didn't really think of that. Go down that avenue for a bit. If you like that way, keep going. If you don't, guess what? You don't have to.
Well, and find people that share the same, I don't want to say share the same vision, but find ways to continue to push you towards your collecting goals. you know, regardless of what that is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not going to sit here and neither is Dave to sit there and say, you know what, focus on the 90s inserts. We're not here to do that either. We're here to share things from that era that not everybody has had the opportunity to see or experience or even realize that maybe they're out there. It's opening people's eyes to get away from just focusing on the ultra modern stuff, because for those who are collectors, there are missing decades. People are missing decades of great innovation, great cards. And that's really what we've tried to focus when it comes to doing these podcasts. And yes, it's our favorite, but that doesn't mean it's everybody's favorite. Nor are we going to sit there and try and force feed you and say, this is what you need to do. No, it's giving a different perspective on an era in the hobby that doesn't always get the love that maybe it should. And at the end of the day, you need to find people who can support you, give you some advice, you know, point you in directions, you know, bounce things off of each other, that type of stuff, to where you feel invigorated to do what you want to do when it comes to your collection. That's the reality of this. I have a very small select individuals in which I converse with as it pertains to the hobby. And that's because we are like-minded. We piggyback off of each other, and we have conversations, and you know, that's what I do. I surround people with like-minded collecting philosophies, I guess, or interests. And when you find those niche people that can help you build what you want in your collection, those are the people you need to surround yourself with. Because regardless if it's a 1-in-4 insert, if it's a $1 insert that you picked up that maybe books for $20 or $25, and hell, maybe you stole it and it normally sells for $20 and $20, you want those people to sit there and be like, you know what? Keep it going. You're doing freaking fantastic. That is, and Dave and I have those conversations frequently. You know, it's like, hey, we always the good lucks when it comes to stuff that we're going after, especially for something that we consider big. It may not be big to everybody, but it's big to us. And I'm never going to tell Dave, dude, why are you going after this? This isn't nothing. I mean, really? You're jonesing over this? No. That find people who share the same interests. Surround yourself with those people. Build those relationships, build those friendships, because in the end, this is really what the hobby is about. And Dave says this a lot in his videos. Building friendships, lifelong friendships, because of a shared interest, there is no value on that. You can't put a value on that. And I consider Dave one of my closest friends, and I'm pretty sure he would reciprocate that feeling. Fuck you, Dave.
Yeah, you talk all the time, and it's not just about cards. That's the thing. When you can get past the just talking about card shit, which, again, it's, I guess I've never done it before, but I guess it'd be like speed dating, where it's like, okay, what do you like? Well, I love inserts. Well, so do I. Boom. We can go from there instead of, well, what do you like, cards? Yeah. Well, what do you like? Sports cards? Well, no shit, Sherlock. Well, bring it up to speed here. So, and again, Steve's one of the first guys when he got on YouTube back in, was summer 2010-ish?
I think I want to just say I eclipsed the 10-year mark technically. I think.
So midsummer, so somewhere in there, when he started showing like Terrell Davis, I'm like, oh, Good. This is what I like to see. I want to see people that don't sit there, show off their vintage, don't really care about it, show off the new stuff just because Gary Vee or whatever fucking investment tool, because all these people are tools, is used because, oh, the Juan Soto whatever is going up 333% this day. I must get it immediately. No, you're not thinking for yourself. You're watching some person that has no fucking concept of this hobby tell you what to do. That's why when YouTube was YouTube at its prime, you see a lot of the people there. And I mean, some of these guys are periphery guys. I don't talk to a lot of them all the time. Joe, the Cardman64, I'll like his stuff on Instagram. We haven't talked a ton, but I know Joe Panic was his guy. Yep. I remember him. Patch to 10 because I found it in a Facebook group, and it knocked his socks off. When you can do something like that for anyone that you value as a friend, no matter constant, I bought all of them, every one. I figured PSA 10 Panini Prism base cards, they've got the biggest room to grow because there's not many greater than a 10. When you can have all these people, see, they're...
Yep.
And again, you can go a while without talking to these people.
But you remember it. You remember them.
And that's what means something. When you can do something like that, make somebody's life, like Brad, I made his life, I completed it. He could have died the next day when I sent him that Daniel Thomas logo shield. When something like that, when you just drop people's jaws because you know what? You know them, because you listen to them,
yep,
because you care about them, and then when you have that care package at Christmas, hey, this is, oh boy, a bunch of shit.
Something was about to fall. I'm good.
You have a ton of stuff that's piled up, and you're like, you know what? Give me your address. I need to send them out just to get it out. Boom. When they see that package, that brick come in, and they're like, oh my God, this is like a 25-minute video. Well, A, I got you to make my length of video, so I win. B, I hammered you with all kinds of cards you at least on camera look like you like. So, and then C, I know there's stuff in there you don't have and that you really do like. So guess what? When you take all the stuff into consideration, it doesn't have to be a care package of $1,000 stuff. When you take into consideration that this is supposed to be a hobby, when you take into consideration that if you want to make it an enjoyable hobby, you make friendships, you discuss, you use dialogue. It's not just texting all the time. We talked tons on the phone before, messages before. When you do that with people, you build those friendships. You know what? The hobby is secondary.
Well, and on the flip side, Dave, to that, the whole just because movement, it wasn't about the value either.
No.
It was because you put forth the effort. Monetary value was irrelevant. Book value, sell value, it was irrelevant. And at the end of the day, you put forth the effort, you put forth the time to listen to people's wants, needs, likes, whatever you want to call it.
You watch their videos religiously.
Yep. And you put forth that effort to put something together, even if it is, some base cards, some, basic inserts, things along those lines. Not everybody has an opportunity to bust product. And during my time in which I still busted a lot of product, yes, I sent out a lot of base cards, team sets for their team, because they were never going to pick them up. They weren't going to bust the product. So the fact that I thought of those people, as I'm busting said product, is what made sending those care packages fun. I still go back to the care package I sent to Michael, this film not yet rated, which I'm hoping at some point will eventually decide to come back and watch us. And we'll eventually get him on the podcast because, you know, he has more of a later time span when it comes to inserts and parallels, but he still can circle back to the 90s from the baseball perspective. So it adds another level of do what?
Basketball too.
He does. And so it brings a little different aspect to what we bring to the table when we have these discussions. You know, I sent him a care package. I went through all my inserts, parallels, and stuff, and I pulled out a crap ton of Kevin Garnett stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the last card, who knows what I could have sold it for.
Mm-hmm.
Late 90s, die cut, serial number to 100. Who knows what I could have sold it for? I don't think he could ever find anything on eBay, and I don't believe I could either. But that was beside the point.
We're home.
That's great.
That's it.
What's going on, Jeremy?
But that never even crossed my mind. You know, it was one of those in which I knew he started getting back into the KG type stuff. Will you stop, the two of you? Jeez, I've got everybody going to sit there and
Daddy.
You know this goes on YouTube. Okay, thank you. That's loud in people's ears.
Oh,
Hi,
we love you, husband.
I love you too.
Take your stupid shorts, you threw. Oh, you want my shorts back?
Anyways, before I was interrupted, I'm glad you get to see the softer side, though, too. I mean, come on. Do what?
Why it's the most laid back podcast on YouTube?
Yep, you called
Why
it.
didn't she keep this so she doesn't do it again?
I don't need my wife's shorts again.
Well, she tried to. You're lucky.
Hold on.
But yeah, that Michael, if we get him on, he's a big Panthers guy. And he's Clay Matthews. Primarily, he picks up some Cobb, some Rogers. I mean, it's an ebb and flow with him for collection-wise. So yeah, he'll be a valuable tool. He's a tool anyway, but he'll be a valuable tool for us. And just another voice to maybe not bring a different perspective, but he's got Rogers. He picked up a lot of his stuff. Then he flipped it when Rogers got good. Or, I mean, not got good, but had the chance to play. Then he picked up Clay. Then he's built that collection into a monster. But he's got a different
collecting philosophy.
Yeah, where we are the misers. We do not. Our cards of our PC guys are just like gripped tight in our hands.
Yep.
Michael will finagle deals to get something he wants more than one of the Clays in his collection, and part with one of those Clay Matthews cards in his collection to obtain the other card he wants. Because, I mean,
right.
He's told me of deals where he's like, I traded 2 1-on-1s for 3 or 3 for 2. And I'm like, what the hell did you trade? Because I wouldn't even think of trading a Josh Johnson.
And that's me.
The other ones.
Yeah, and that's me. But at the same time, it allows him to keep it fresh. And there are certain ones in which have more importance to him than others, which allows him the ability to consistently swap out things, and it still keeps it fresh for him. Me personally, I don't know how he does it. And to a certain degree, I guess I can envy him for that. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, a lot of his stuff, starts later on to us. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot more availability, so to speak, from the 101 perspective, or even the lower serial numbered stuff. than what our player collectors, or our player collections, entail from those years. Because, Bledsoe, Kerry Collins for you is really your main focal point.
Mm-hmm.
We always go through this. You dabble in others, but those have always been your two main football guys. Not including Northcutt, because I know that's even big. But we're not getting into Northcutt. It's, because that was a failed PC. Sorry, Dave. I love you, man, but that was a failed PC.
Yeah.
However, but you enjoyed it. And that's it.
I spent $35 on another card I've already got 5 copies of, but it's a tough one. So when that comes in, and I'm happy because, again, those are my favorite Northcutt cards.
And like I said, you and I jab at each other all the time. And that's, it's one of those here. I'm sitting there saying, surround yourself with people who, support. And here I am giving you shit about Northcutt. But, we have that relationship, and it's all in good fun, because I can still enjoy some of that stuff because of the rarity. Regardless of how much you pay for something, should not dictate how much people should enjoy looking at it. Period. What you pay should be irrelevant, nor should you feel obligated to tell anybody what you paid for anything, because bottom line is it's none of their business. And if they really want to know, most of the time, our main avenue for a lot of this is eBay. It's not like you can't freaking do the time and go look. Exactly.
Look at the high dollar one. This stupid guy here bought it.
Yep. But before we keep going down rabbit holes, and so we can actually show off some cards this episode more so than what we have on some of the other ones. Kid cards, and I'm going to let you go first because I have to run to the facilities real quick. So I'll let you go first. I'll be right back.
Okay. Now you're looking at the term kid cards and thinking, what the hell does that mean? Cards are supposed to be for kids. Well, this is truth. But for me, in this, it doesn't have to be when you were a youth or an actual child only. This is anywhere between whatever age you started collecting and like looking at a magazine of any type, the Beckett, sports cards, sports card trader, any of these price guides. When you looked at any of them, whatever it may have been, and you looked at it like, wow, that card right there is like $40. Nolan Ryan rookie's like $800, $1,400. Wow, that's an insane card. What's with that? The first card, I think it booked at one point at like $20. But had never seen it. Years later, you're able to get them. It's from that point when you start actually taking notice of pricing in the hobby to the point where, and again, this isn't when it's 35 or 40, but I mean to the point where you get a sustainable job, you have some discretionary to pick up some of these cards, and they mean more because when you're a kid, you're like, oh man, this is I can afford X, Y, and Z. So the first card, it's not a good card by any stretch of the imagination unless you're Alan Hardy, Bill Pizzappo, and you have a PSA 10. He wants that. But I remember this card, the Juan Gonzalez reverse negative, 90 done. So he's batting left-handed. He's not left-handed. So the next is a card, $20. Why is that $20? Red Day was like 3, so it's like, who cares? The next two I'm going to show together are just because they're a big interest. Remember that Sports Cards magazine? There's a lot of color when I went through all the sport. It would tell you, give you a player to watch, like a Jason Kendall or somebody of that nature, like, hey, here's the rookie card. There's a couple of inputs to take a peek at. They go through the new listings, and down on the bottom, they have 2 boxes. with whatever they pulled. And that's 2 pages off the back. They'd have the top 10 insert sets. They'd have the top 10 insert cards. The right-hand side, they'd have the top 20. Top 20 of each. Then they'd have the top 20, I want to say rookies or base cards, and then the top 20 regular sets. And they'd have the hot cold a year ago or whatever.
I remember that.
It was all colored. So that trumped the Beckett in my mind because of like color, I can see what it actually looks like. So these
Beckett did that later on though. The hot and cold list.
Well, they did that, but they didn't do a lot of like the color printing of like, hey, look at this card. This is
correct.
The Sports Cards magazine. Oh, this one was a big one for me. Again, it's going to be a lot of baseball in there because I won't say football was obtainable, but like the 95 stuff, we had so much of that around Ely that, I mean, we were able to bust, I think, everything but like Finest SP and Flair and Bowman's Best. But everything else we had. But that one was a tough one at the time. And this set was a big set. I mean, I looked at that and I'm like, my God, that's a gorgeous card. And to have, again, what is it? I don't know if it was like 10 or 15 players, but it wasn't like 40 players. So again, you had the creme de la creme in the set. It wasn't like, oh man, Ray Langford, yippee, yay.
Of course, I did tell Dave, I was like, don't be showing too much other sports. I was like, this is supposed to be a football podcast, but you see how well he listens, right? Just saying.
I'm a year older, so again, now my hearing is completely gone.
Excuses, Dave.
This one was a
God,
huge
I want that so bad for TD. That is one of my top 5 still out there.
That one, I think I bought a pack of Brilliance. I mean, I pulled a blue, I don't even know who it was, like Michael Ricks for football. And I was like, well, that's pretty cool. And then you look on eBay, and I guess this was not in the infancy of eBay, but I guess in the infancy of eBay becoming popular in like 98. So I looked at that, and I'm like, there's a gold one in there too. What the hell is that number? 99? You never thought, no matter who it was. So again, to get the Abreu and again on the back. 24 carats, so it's 8 of 24.
Yep. Beautiful card. Beautiful. Even though it is baseball. Sorry for all those baseball folks out there. Sorry.
Like I said, I got a couple football.
I know you do. I know you do.
Later on, get some of this other mishmash out of the way. Again, people seem to like the Topps traded rookie more. I love the multi-rookie cards from baseball, just because, again, it just showed some scrubs with a Hall of Famer. And again, to get the Ripken, again, I like the top space more than the upgrade. And I'm sure I'm not in the majority on that, but you know what? That's pretty much how my collection has been since day one. I showed this to you before we went on. I wish I had the 92-93. This is the 93-94, so it's not as much, but it's got Clarence Weatherspoon there. I don't know if that's Andrew Lang. He's dunking over, trying to dunk over. But a Beam Team Shaq. I mean, those were always out of Stadium Club, or pretty much out of basketball then. Beam teams were it. It wasn't until like a couple of years later when a couple like those Fleer, like the Total O or Total D. No, not in that connotation. Those became like rare, or they were like more sought after because again, they're like a rack pack only or some odd pack out.
And I would consider Beam Team iconic.
Oh yeah.
Others may disagree with me, but I consider that an iconic insert set.
Yeah, when they went away from making that like one of their focal point inserts, that's when it was sad times for Stadium Club. And I like that and the super team or whatever those were. When you got like you could send them in.
Yep.
And then get whatever. If they went to like the Super Bowl, you get like the foil stamp thing.
Yep.
That was cool.
Yep.
This was one of the first, besides Elite or a Donruss, again for baseball, that I took notice of. And I think Rookie Sensations might have been at the same time as these came out. So I mean, they're both fairly popular. Than Rookie Sensations took off. But I mean, these I like these more.
Oh, the good old Pinnacle Idols. Yes, I remember those.
Where it showed either a rookie or like a super young player. So Van Poppel was on there.
Yep.
Who was supposed to be the next Nolan Ryan.
Ryan.
That worked out well. But I mean, I got two of them. I know I picked up one at a card show with Micah Stemick. God, it must have been 4 years ago. I still think I paid $10, $12 for it. But again, when you start factoring in nostalgia.
Yes, there is no price.
When that price, it's like, okay, it's like $10. I'm like, fine, whatever. But I mean, that's a set I'd like to collect and put together. Just because, again, I think Ripken's on there with like Eddie Zosky, the former Blue Jay. I don't know, George Brett's in there, but I mean, you got a lot of these guys in Twilight, like Yount, Brett,
Hey, don't give me the lion.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'd have to look at the set listing, but there's a lot that I love. I mean, it's just so fun.
Well, and something like that, it's not overly expensive either.
No. But again, back in the day, this was like a $60 card, $80 card. No embossing. It sort of has that, like the Fleer team leaders. I mean, if you put Van Poppel out there more, I think 97 Fleer in baseball had that, but it was like a die cut. So they die cut off the game.
Yeah, and there's nothing special about those either. I mean, really, there's not. There's nothing to them.
Foil, and that's about it. So again, the back is just.
And they did those for a few years too, if I'm not mistaken, didn't they, Dave?
I don't know. I know that 92 they did. I don't know what happened in 93. I know they might have went away from these. They went to Rookie Team Pinnacle instead.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, and I don't know why this sticks out in my head though, because 93 I flip-flopped between all three sports, well, basketball, football, and baseball. And I want to say that the whole idol thing sticks out to me even in 93.
I'd have to check. But yeah, I think maybe 94 was the first year for the Rookie Team Pinnacle. Because I remember Chipper Jones being on there with someone. What do you got? Because I still got a stack of stuff, but
keep going.
This is the big card, football-wise, and I've shown it probably in every Bledsoe video pickup that I've had in the last month, because I seem to pick up one a week. But again, this booked at, 120? I think is the top. Maybe 150. I think it's 120 is the high end. But again, you looked in that Beckett and you looked at 93 SP. That Bledsoe rookie, that foil.
Still love it.
Again,
still love it.
Pouring that in a 10, good luck. You know, for nose. I know Brad loved to see more Patriots cards.
And they did do Idols in 93.
Okay.
But they did black and white photos.
Okay.
So like the superstar or the experienced player was in black and white, and then the new player, the rookie or the newer player was in color.
Okay. Well, this wasn't. So that would have been 23 when this set was released. But at the same time, seeing the depth of the patch, I guess the steps in there, because there's a single, there's dual, stuff to 25. But seeing the prices then from this stuff, it's like you got multicolored patches of all these dudes, all kinds of wonky combinations. I wasn't gonna pour one of these, I figured. I got to put two in the span of like, what was it, a month or two last year. Especially when it comes to like the Hall of Fame players. Each your own pools, that's to 99 there. But again, being a passionate lover.
Hey, are you in bed?
And
I'm so sorry. I did not mean to wake you up, but I just got communication. When you get into the office tomorrow, as soon as you get there, go into special project because you guys will get sent home tomorrow.
Figure that this card cost me what it did, and I got another copy for pretty much the same price.
I'll be at the hospital first thing in the morning with Dad. He's coming home tomorrow, so I won't be in.
Think of that. I got a baseball version. I'll come back to the football version. A couple cards. Just because these ones, again, you saw them in that Sports Cards magazine. 1 in 72. You never figured you'd own one because Zenith was something we didn't even have around. You couldn't find Zenith anywhere. It was a rogue product that didn't really exist.
Special project. Be at your dad, and they'll get you
Z-Team.
back, and they'll get you guys sent home tomorrow.
And again, it's.
I'm so sorry to call you so late. I know. But I was just checking out, got communication, and so I want to make sure I told you guys. So
Yeah, and why they went away from actually doing the Dufex on the back is beyond me. Because to me, that made it that much more special.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as much as I like, okay, wow, they did that with the 96 where it's got sort of like that rainbow foil diffractor, like the Select Certified Premium Mirror Red. I would have rather had it just continue to be Dufix. I didn't want to see constant change with the main insert in a set. And they kept on changing it. Another one that wasn't numbered. Again, I'd still like to get more. 99, I bought the piss out of football. There was a insanely good rookie class at the time. Pretty much the most hyped quarterbacks of all time. Coach, Achilles Smith, Cade McCown,
Culpepper, McNabb.
I know Sean King was later on that he played. He probably had. Going on stats.
See, you're noticing that I'm a nobody with a lot of these people.
Well, it's all this new blood in here. You're the old guard. With me, you gotta make more videos. You gotta start collecting Elway and picking up all the good Elway stuff. So, YouTube famous.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. That's right.
That was that email you sent earlier.
Do what?
That was that email you sent to me earlier about becoming YouTube famous. And
yeah, check the name on that because that was spam. Because it sure the hell didn't come from me.
From Mike. But these were, you'd see them maybe listed once in a while. And again, it's a patch card, not numbered, but I know, God, I want to say there's less than 100 or less. And again, it's not super rare from the standpoint of not in serial number. You don't have, it's like, 20, 15. But again, one of my favorite patch sets.
I remember when you got that. I remember when you lost out on the other ones that you were trying to go for. Yep.
So again, I wanted the Keyshawn. I think that was a Jets, but again, it was too color, but still, the Keyshawn. I like to put that in like the little Keyshawn PC. Fred Taylor, criminally underrated too. Him and Terry Dixon, two of the best backs of everybody that watches Tennessee. They get zero hobby love. None. So again, that was one that I'm like, I want to pick one of these up. It's again, try to find like elite rookies and stars. You weren't finding any of it.
How many more you got, Dave?
You want to jump in because I got I got 6 more.
Well, they not really from a patch perspective, but all mine are football guys. All mine are going to be. I love a well done game. Mine is all TD related. I didn't have a chance to go back through some of the other stuff by any stretch of the imagination, but this isn't a patch. However, since we are talking about kid cards, this I had on my list forever. This is 97 Upper Deck. The fact that, and keep me honest, Dave, I think you have one of the original Upper Deck jerseys when they first produced them.
I pulled the Brunel way back when.
That's right. You had pulled it. Okay. I remember the conversation. But this I considered somewhat of an Eleanor on my list because I remember when Upper Deck introduced the game used jersey card, and wasn't a fan of the jersey one. The jersey windows, because I can't say patch windows, because they was small. But then when 97 came around, they really took the card design to the next level, because when you look at just the card design itself, this right here, you got the blue ribbing, if you want to call it that, and then of course the orange background, at least for this one. It almost looks like a jersey.
96 guys.
Yep, 96. But this right here is the actual jersey window. And it's a larger jersey swatch than it was in 96. But this is one of those that I remember the big price point and the big selling point for 96 and 97 Upper Deck was the whole game-worn jersey thing. So this was one on the top of my list, and I can still I think in my video when I posted it on YouTube, I alluded to it as like an Eleanor. Not like it was hard to find by any stretch of the imagination, but it was just one of those in which I had to have it, because I remember those being my prime collecting years. I didn't open a whole lot of Upper Deck product as it is, and those were not easy to pull by any stretch of the imagination. So,
was it the same odds as 96? Because I think 96 was 1 in 2,500.
It was damn near close to that, Dave. It was one of those in which I think they kept it fairly consistent.
Yeah.
But, like I said, it's one of those in which I knew that it was out there, and, always regret not doing it sooner. But at the same time, it was one of those in which prime collecting years for me, not doing it then, but able to do it later on when, of course, you have some of that, extra cash to be able to do something like that. And I will go ahead and show this one just because I had talked about it earlier, and it being faded. Mm-hmm. So most people know this set very well. Mirror images. Bowman's Best. Of course, I should have showed this side first, but you've got, Barry, Rasham Salam, Terrell Davis, Thurman Thomas. This is the atomic refractor, though. And seeing some of these cards getting pulled in your local card shop, and, knowing the rarity or the pack pull ratio, it was one thing. Atomic refractor was X, but actually pulling, a mirror images atomic refractor was, 4 times more difficult from a pack pull ratio perspective. But it's faded. I mean, you can, even if somebody had never seen this card before, you can tell it's faded. The colors are not vibrant. at all. But one of those in which atomic refractor, insert parallel, got to have it. Got to have it. One that I'm probably going to, you'll probably think I'm crazy for including this, but Flair Ultra. The various parallels in 96. You had your blue, you had your bronze, all the varying color parallels. Everybody wanted the rainbow. The rainbow parallel.
Basins?
Yep.
Those were tough.
That's the rainbow.
That's a sneaky tough card.
Yep. And what's interesting is there's nothing other than the border you wouldn't know. And this one actually can get easily confused with like the bronze. Because there's only varying level differentiation in the color pattern that dictates the rainbow.
You hold in your hand, you can sort of see it's like the oil and water type situation.
Yep. But this is one in which not easy to pull by any stretch of the imagination. It's the rarest parallel of this. And it's one of those, like I said, you know, prime years of collecting, you see somebody pull one of these and you're like, holy shit. But yet you don't realize it until later on. It's like, oh crap, you know, I kind of forgot about that card. And, you know, this is not iconic by any stretch of the imagination, but there are so many variations. There's like 6 or 7, if I'm not mistaken, because you've got blue and silver and
you had the
marble, and I'm just throwing out names right now, but I mean there was multiple parallel versions. But the rainbow, of course, was in fact the most sought after because of the rarity.
The silver, what was it called? Pewter.
Yeah, pewter sounds right, and I could probably find all of them if I really looked.
Which was like bronze or gold. Then you had the blue, the rainbow, which is 15 times the basic.
So yeah, here you go, Dave. So blue. Let me get through the Ultra Chaos here. I think that was called the marble.
Yep.
And then there's the pewter or the silver.
Yep.
And then, of course, you had the rainbow.
Yeah, the Creative Chaos set is just...
That's funky. That's a funky one. No, Daniel, not all the atomic refractors fade. That was more of the year itself. All my other atomics that I have do not fade, but for whatever reason, I've seen a lot of these, and it's the mirror images. It's not like the base atomic refractors. For whatever reason, the mirror images are the ones that I've noticed fade, and that's across the set.
Yeah, I love that set though. That's such a, again, some of the player combos you look back on now and you're like, okay, Terrell.
And I'll go, I'll go ahead and throw another one out here. I know you know about this one too. This was one of in the recent collection purchase. Quads, 98.
Right?
Do what?
Platinum absolute quad or absolute platinum?
Absolute. Yep. But yeah, these were not easy to pull, and you know, other than Jerome Bettis and Marino on the other side, you know, Napoleon Kaufman was a scrub. But you know, just one of those in which not a one per box pull one multiple boxes, take a look and see, Dave, and see what you could find from a ratio perspective. But this is
1 in 144 type of.
But just one of those in which you happen to see a picture, in Beckett or something along those lines in your early years of collecting. It's like, just a beautiful card.
Still 1 in 73, but again, it books.
$100. $100.
That one's 50 for whatever reason. But I mean, you got Barb, Elway, Sanders, and Dunn at 80.
I thought it was higher than that.
60. Manning, Leaf, Watson, or Wadsworth, and Woodson at 60. I mean, the Commons are 25. I mean, there's some not great people on there.
Not as good as yours, Dave, but this is another one that was on my list as far as a must-have. Leather quads. This is another one that still has, sells fairly well.
I've still got to pick that up for the Martin.
Well, because originally you guys weren't going to get touched until
But another tough pull.
Yep.
Not near as tough as, the silver or the gold redemption parallels, but still, it's one of those in which this was like one of their big price selling points in playoff that year. And these were tough.
Like they need to go home.
Yeah, look, but those have been one of my favorites. Just because, again, you have 92 had the back-to-back, which I love those. That was like the embossed and the foil, and then you had actually hollow foil. And that was like a 60 card set, I think. Then 95, you had the quad starting that. And those were, I'm still trying to pick up a blood soap and got Elway and Marino on it. So, I mean, you got the top 3 quarterbacks of the 90s.
Right.
So, again, trying to find that at a decent price where I'm not going to exchange the base.
So here's another one that I'm have on my kids card list. Triumvirate Atomic. I know it doesn't show up as well, but I mean, when I turn it just way, you can see it.
I love those. Those are.
Yeah, Jess is like, I don't mind going in so that I can make sure the agents get everything they need.
That went near 100.
That doesn't surprise me, though. Yeah, these Atomics, if you can find one at a decent price where it doesn't break the bank, pick them up because they usually hold a premium. They usually hold a premium.
I had Marino and Favre, so I priced for that more than I wanted to pay, but
she ain't doing shit at all.
Iconic set. This is not the rarest by any stretch of the imagination, but this is another one on my top 5 list. Because this is the green, but this is more iconic when it comes to baseball than it does football, but even football has high selling points. So the Crusades, it's numbered to 250, but this is another one of those that, when you knew that they existed and you actually saw one in person, the only thing that sucks is getting older. You pay more for these now than what you could back then.
That's why it popped up in one of our previous episodes as the overrated, and I said
yes,
because it's just you try to get anybody with a name, you're paying.
Yep. And I'll show one more, and we'll go back to you because I'll step outside and go kill my lungs. And it's one of those in which I almost debated whether or not putting this in the list. But I pulled one of these, and it was Joey Galloway. But knowing that it's still, I consider this, on the rare side. This is the horizontal 4-diamond die cut. And the reason why I included this is because I pulled one and I knew TD was in the set because I, had, some of the single and the double diamonds from that set. And people don't realize actually how difficult these cards are to pull. I think, and Dave, check me. I think these were 1 per box. I'm pretty sure they were 1 per box. I know you have it there.
With hockey, because I've looked and I bought a brochure. Spoiler alert for one of the videos coming, but that's from the Czech Republic, so it's going to be here in 6 weeks or so. That was an interesting set because, again, if you don't know about that set, you could pick somebody at Merino. You could be like, oh, that's just like a $40 card. The better the player, I guess, over time, a lot of those, it was a different and a staggered ratio of, like, maybe that one, let's say Shannon Sharp was in the set. That would be like a 1 in 58. Marino
Brett Favre may be 1 in 300 and something.
Or even more.
Right.
I mean, there was like a couple that were like in the 1,000.
But one of the reasons why I wanted to show that card, Dave, is because there is a quad vertical. Supposedly.
Okay.
I have never seen one.
And it's not a tough pull. I mean, hypothetically speaking, 1 in 180.
What, the quad?
The quad
horizontal? The quad vertical.
The horizontal, they don't even show a listing underneath. But again, I'm just going to.
I think they're under premium cut because that's the only way the horizontal were.
Oh no, but this is the odd part again, where you think you'd have a connotation of odds, because you got Jabbar at 20, Aikman at 200, Carey's at 20, Bledsoe's 100, Barry's 250, Marcus Allen is 30, Elway's 400. Then you have Adrian Morel, Seyal, they're cheaper. Eddie George is 30, but you have Antoine Smith and Reggie White. They're cheap. They're like $20. Then you've got Marino, 300. Galloway, 15. Cordell, 40. Terry Allen, Kaufman, Curtis Martin, cheaper. Steve Young's is 100. Rod Smith, 15. Brunel, 30. Emmett, 250. Ray Caruth, 15. Favre, 300. George, Terry Glenn, cheap. Dunn, 250.
So large disparity.
And that's why, again, hockey, it listed like the card number like 14, 28, 29, 30. 1 in 2,800 packs. Card number 7, 13, 17, 18, 21. 1 in 1,100 packs. So I don't know why they don't do that with the football, but that's why there's such a disparity there. Terrell, it books for 40, but again, book values
irrelevant.
Yeah. Somebody's piping off about nonsense.
Well, and I'm going to be honest with you,
Steve. My football knowledge, it isn't what it used to be. How many Super Bowls did Marino win?
I think that's a big zero.
Huh.
Pretty sure that's a big zero.
I see something about greatest, but zero.
The greatest who never won a Super Bowl. I'll give him that. I'll give him that moniker.
Well, he can have that title. Yeah, that's the only title he's gonna win.
Much love, Brad. Much love. But it's one of those in which I have a feeling, though, football probably carried the same notation, perhaps, because of the disparity in the pricing. No, you don't. You love us.
Liar. Liars go to hell. You're lying. You wouldn't stick with us this long if you hated us.
Right.
That must mean you really hate yourself.
All right, Dave.
Same.
You're up with some more
tiered segments of odds.
It would have to be. It would have to be, because that would be the only reason why there would be so much disparity.
Yeah, work done should not be 250 if Steve Young is 100. Steve Young had a little better career. Good call 6, Matt, if you're watching.
Well, that was his rookie year, though, too, FYI.
No, second.
I'm pretty sure it was 90s. Was that 98?
That was a
I'm pretty sure. Are you sure?
It was Dunn's rookie year.
Well, I know when Dunn's rookie year was, but I didn't think that was 98.
We'll have to go back in a moment.
I'll have to go look at the back.
But the statistical standouts from this, the 95, I think. 95 Leaf, when I saw those with the hollow foil fake auto, the foil on the bottom, then like the raised seams and everything on the baseball.
That's a pretty card.
It was just something, again, aesthetically appealing. Back, serial numbered. And again, it's not like it's a tough card. For 5,000. So again, but at the time, commons, I think Joe Carter's in the set too. So he would have been a common. He was like $25, $30. So Kirby Puckett's 60 to 80.
Right.
And again, I still want the Frank Thomas, but I don't want to pay those
$300.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty card.
This is from 92. Again.
Oh, you're going old.
Well, some of these baseball, this is the stuff that you just look at and like, do they exist? I've never seen one. Nobody pulled them. Nobody.
Yep. Good old Elite Series.
Again, you think there's how many? 10,000?
Yeah, but when they produced, 50 million cases.
That's the thing. It's like, you think 10,000 a month, you got to see one. Well, when you have the island of Greece stacked up 500 feet high with 92 Donruss.
And those sell for a shit ton, too.
And I've got, in my second to last card, I got 2 copies. So,
but see, and I would give that the iconic title.
Oh yeah, I mean those were the first inserts where you're like, what are these cards? I mean, there's been nothing other than like, oh, here's a score blister pack or whatever you get, and there's like a young star, so that's like a 1 per pack card. There wasn't anything to really that point, other than again the Upper Deck, the Heroes of Baseball, and I think football had a name it. I don't remember what year.
I don't remember what it was called though. I know what you're alluding to though.
The autographed header card or whatever.
Yep.
So I mean that was like, okay, those are cool. Never gonna get them, and then it's like a whole set of these cool cards. What?
Yep, and then of course you went from Elite Series to Diamond Kings, which to me, I'm not talking about Diamond Kings now that's the base product itself. I'm talking about the 90s Donruss Diamond Kings that were not even 1 per box. You would think that those to a certain, because there's no serial number, you would think that those would somewhat still have somewhat of a likeness to the Elite Series, but they don't. For whatever reason, non-serial numbered, okay, easier to pull per se, but even they weren't tiered. But the chances of getting, you know, like your bigger name guys for whatever reason, it seemed like it was almost an impossibility. If you were looking for the David Justice or, you know, like a Roger Clemens or somebody like that, it was like,
good luck.
Good luck. Yep. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail that, but that brings me back to going and buying retail early Donruss packs, hoping to pull that Diamond King, whether it be Series 1 or Series 2.
I think I remember pulling Bagwell, and that was the blue back, so I think that was Series 1. I think the green was 2. I think there's a darker green border, or a darker green background.
Yeah, and I don't remember the variation. And then not to change that, but then you had Gallery Stars that came out with triple play, Donruss triple play, and it was like, really, you're gonna try and redo something from Diamond Kings? This looks like shit.
And those are super easy to pull.
Yes.
Couple blocks, so.
But anyways, sorry. Go ahead.
This set was another, I'm going to say iconic, because the pricing of it still holds fairly well. If you want to get an A-Rod or you want to get the Jordan version, you're going to pay out the nose. I picked this up, I think, for, what was it, $4? Again, it was just because I wanted a copy of the card, going back to what we said earlier, get a copy. Just to see what it's like in your hands. Even the base version is nice, but on the 94 SP.
Stop it! I'm tired. Come on.
The SP Hollow UFX die cut. Again, the base, it's not die cut. The border on the side is in blue. These are red. But again, you try to find an A-Rod, which is his rookie year, but it's just an insert. Or Michael Jordan's White Sox uniform. Get ready. You're not going to be paying like $40 for it. Probably well over 100 for A-Rod. I don't even know what Jordan's for at this point, but I'm guessing minimum raw. Football wise, I like these better than the baseball because it's a lot more dancing of the doofix. You could tell it's a little more colorful in the pictures, but once again, going back to the Z team, again, these are not expensive. You can pick Merino up, Barb up for under 15 shipped. Try to do that with Griffey. Try to do that with You're not doing it. Try to do that in hockey with anyone.
Right.
I know this. I picked up my Wah, I think, for 72 shipped.
Jeez.
So, but again, it's not one that popped up. And I'm like, I know Zeke is one of my shocking, I've never said it before, favorite insert sets. Just because, again, you have the doofix, and in the back you have all the fun foily going on. And again, when it's 96, 97, that's a different story. That initial release of the 95s were by far the best because, again, nothing I don't think Pinnacle has done other than, I love the Skylines, the 96 Skylines, where they have that foil rainbow, like the select certified premium stock mirror red on top. Then you have acetate. When you start melding all the technologies together, if it's done right, I love it. But I mean, that first Z team, that's such an iconic card for anybody. I mean, there's players, again, the Gwyn will probably cost you $6, $8 maybe shipped to get a Hall of Fame.
Right.
The Tony Gwyn, $8 in a set that's one every 3 boxes. Come on now. Take my money. Take it all.
Right. Well, this is one that you had shown earlier, not the specific set, but you know, out of Flair Brilliance.
And that was a recent edition.
This was out of the collection.
Yep.
But this is the Pulsar. Knowing that these existed, but never seen one, and finally actually having one. Now, granted, I can't put because you can see what this is doing as the light is just bouncing off of it. I can't, and there's the notation for the Pulsars. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It carries over from front to back, but that goes along with like the Zenith Z team. The fact that the Dufex is on the front and the back. But I can't even put a price tag on this one because it was embedded in the collection purchase. I've shown the 97 version before. Pretty sure this is the 98, but talking about rubies.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the 98 version, and they changed it. It's completely different, but of course, it's still shiny. I still like the 97 better, but since I've shown it a few times, I didn't want to pull that out again. But Skybox Premium Rubies, same numbering, numbered to 50. But another one of those in which, knowing that they repeated in 98 and only pulling one in 97 of Not My Player, it's like something that, and I bought that one. So that's one of those in which
knowing that information goes to the top of the list of I need to get one, and I need to get one as soon as I can.
Yep. Another variation, 98 Bowman Chrome, Golden Anniversary. This is just, no, I do not have the refractor. God, I wish I did. But Bowman Chrome, Bowman Anniversary. I actually did pull one of these cards in 98 because Topps Chrome and Bowman Chrome were like my two sets that I wanted to put sets together. That's numbered to 50. Not super rare, but even in 98, numbered to 50 was not something that was, easy to pull by any stretch of the imagination. So, like I said, pulling one of these out of the box of 98 that I bought, actually the 3 boxes I think I bought to put together my set. Another one of those on the list of, knowing that you have to have it. I think only a few people may recall this one. Skybox Thunder. You know what this is, Dave. You can tell by looking at it. And what's interesting to me, looking at this card, this really isn't special. For something as rare as what this card is, because you showed one of these earlier from a baseball perspective, you would think there would be something more aesthetically appealing to this. But there's not a whole lot of going with this. But this is the Super Rave. Number to 25.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't do... And again, you don't have to go balls out and go goofy, but still. Those... And again, I like them just because they're 25 and they're not going to command as much as a lot of those other number 25 type parallels or insert parallels. You're not going to, you might knock on the bank store, but you're not going to break it down and steal everything.
Absolutely. Another thing on my list, this is the Y and the Z axis die cut from 97 Leaf. And if anybody broke this product, there's bronze, which is this one here. You had silver and you had gold. And Y axis was, of course, easier than the Z axis. But this is one of those in which, oops, wrong one. Help if I put the right one on top. Those were not easy to pull either.
No.
And it's Z-axis fractal matrix die cuts is the way that they have them notated.
Is that
this
100?
Do what?
Is that out of 100 or not serial numbered to 100, but those?
I don't remember if they associated a print run or not, but if you look at baseball, for some of those, yes, fractal matrix. The Z-axis die cuts of like your superstars, good luck.
Yeah.
You better like give up your firstborn.
Yeah, I don't know why they're not in the hockey box. I wonder if they're over there. I've got both brodeurs, and they're both C gold access. There's like the whatever the parallel or the subset version.
Yeah, because for whatever reason, the checklist. This is the checklist card, but for whatever reason, it's the Y-axis. So, but then again, I have them both. Going back to Platinum Medallion from way back earlier in the podcast. So there's 97 on top.
Which I love that. I love that. Not that the picture's great of him just tying a shoe, but the jersey.
I love this version more than this one, even though this one's serial numbered.
Oh, what a great picture. I don't even know what the hell's going on there.
I don't either. I mean, it's numbered to 98, so of course they're rarer because of the serial numbering. I dig the black and white, but at the same time, I like what they did with these because of I don't even know what you want to call that. And yes. the Flair Ultra up there, and then of course in the name, I don't even know what you want to call that. Sparkly foil. I don't even know what you would even call that.
Yeah, that stuff. I love those. And I love them again. At least for I don't know if it's all three series where different pictures are all three parallels, base, gold medallion, platinum medallion. If they're all three different pictures, I think we've talked about this before too. But at least it was something. If the base and the gold were the same, that platinum was not. It was a different.
It's something like that, and I probably could have pulled them all out, Dave, but I didn't. Before I keep going, do you have any other ones? Because I still have a small handful.
I got two more left.
So this was a recent Team Pinnacle. This is the mirror.
Are tough.
Beautiful. And I didn't see this one specifically, but seeing one of these pulled, because originally I didn't know that the mirror existed. You had the base, you had the foil back, which is still somewhat, unless you've seen the base, you got to know what the differentiation is. But the mirror, that shine and that foil, seeing one of these pulled was like, oh my God, I really have to have one of those. And at that point, I really didn't give a shit who it was. But, as I got older and was focusing on the Terrell Davis collection, that beautiful card.
Yeah, I'm writing it. And again, every scan I've seen of because Patrick Juan Brodeur are on the same one. I haven't seen one with that shine, and it says mirror every time, and I'm like, I don't believe it's the mirror, because that would somehow
I just responded to him, Dave.
And it's just like, I want to get that, but at the same time, that's one where I'm going to have to see it in hand and obviously pick up that, okay. That's the
Yeah.
new slash
Yeah,
hollow rainbow foil.
Yeah, because this one, I mean, there's nothing on here that dictates mirror at all. And then, like I said, the back is just plain as day. And then when you have the foil back, since the back being the numbering, this is foil, and the front part looks like this. And then the regular insert is just both look like this.
Yeah, the plain and whatever. Yeah, if you're looking at them all four, you can be like, okay, I can pick it up. But if you're scuffling along looking through scans or a box, I don't know what the hell I'm looking at.
I'll show one more, then you can finish off, because then I've got some of these I can lump together. Most people probably don't even know that this parallel exists. Playoff contenders. This is the red parallel. I saw one of these pulled in the shop too. 25 of 25 from 97.
Right on the D and the A of Davis. That's where the serial number is at.
Yep. From 97. Number to 25, guys. Most people probably didn't even know that there was a base parallel. They do have a blue. I'm pretty sure it's a blue.
Yep.
As well. But I don't think the blue are serial numbered.
Joe, you can send a message to me on Messenger, or even
Dave has it.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, send me an Instagram or an email, and I can get it to Steve. Either way.
Well, and you have pretty much the most recent checklist out of the small handful of cards that have come in recently.
Yeah,
but I'm showing some of those anyway, so they would. I mean, I don't need a duplicate. All right, Dave, you're up. Wow, and I'll actually get to wrap up the show tonight when it comes to showing cards. I feel special.
Knock one off the bucket list.
Yes, sir.
This was again the big card 91, I think, out of the set minus. I'm trying to remember who it was. I don't know if Sandberg was the auto. Sandberg was the auto, and Nolan Ryan was the legend to 500 or 5,000. But this is the big regular player. And again, this thing looks stupid now. I mean,
you just made me sick, Dave.
It goes for prices over what it booked for then.
You're making my stuff look like freaking garbage.
No, this is not true. It's just I didn't have, football-wise, like I said, we had at the time, even in a small town, or no, we could go either to Virginia, which is an hour away. Duluth had 2 shops, plus Superior, which is just across the bridge by Lake Superior there. They had 2 shops. So we had, anywhere you wanted to go, tons of product to rip. Football was white hot because the Vikings were, Warren Moon, we got Warren Moon now. And so they're carrying a lot more football. And then you had that class with McNair, Collins, Kajana Carter, lesser extent Kyle Brady,
Terrell Davis,
Curtis Martin, and there's another running back that was Ray Zellers. He was in there too. So you had all these football guys that it was a big draft for them. Plus, coming off of the strike, you didn't have baseball as popular. So I mean, people were just pumping the shit out of football. Okay, football ain't going on strike. They're not gonna screw us over. So I don't want to say I had my pick of the litter because I didn't, but I mean, you could pick up pretty much any wax you wanted anywhere, anytime. Baseball at the time was still tough to find some of this stuff. I don't even have the 92 rookie sensations, Thomas. That's still a card I want to pick up. Bowman, I've got the Piazza, but I don't have it written. But again, that was another one that you looked at and like, he jumped on the scene and it's like, holy crap, a 62nd round pick is mashing the shit out of the ball. So, I mean, the baseball stuff was just harder to come by. Football stuff, it was except the Bledsoe, Pinnacle, and the SP were just two cards that you're just like, I want. Where are they? Good luck. And if you find them, you're not paying book, you're paying over book because nobody's got them.
Yep.
So that was the problem with that. But again, otherwise, my buddy pulled, I don't know how many Falks rookies from 94. I mean, he pulled Dilfer stuff, Schuler. He was ripping the shit out of packs constantly. 95, same way. 96, he was way deep in it because he wanted Terry Glenn, he wanted Terrell Owens, he wanted Marvin Harrison, and he wanted Keyshawn. He wanted all the receivers. That's all he wanted to get. So, I mean, he was buying the SP, the Select Certified, the Upper Deck, everything. So, I mean, it's like, okay, let's trade. And I could pick those cards up, and guess what? All I had to trade in was a Keyshawn. Maybe it was a building blocks out of 96 Select, 1 in 48. But guess what? It booked for like $25. So I could pick up something else because he put a premium.
Right.
But yeah, the baseball stuff, I mean, this was something I picked it up, I think, probably in the
Beautiful.
late 2000s, early 2010s, teens.
Beautiful.
And again, this was like 25 then. Now it's like 150.
Beautiful.
And my last one, which is not even my favorite rookie card of him, it's the 90 score. But this one forever and a day too, because again, they're booked for so much. And the set used to be top. Better than that 89 Upper Deck, better than 92 Bowman. Now both. See, now I want that, Joe. That's the one I want. I've been trying to put offers in on that, and people are not budging on it. I might have to do some trading straight up for the Griffin because I've got one. But again, not fully centered. I don't care. Everything else looks nice on it. This card used to be, I think 80 was the ceiling. And again, I am, with all my other collections, it gets lost that this guy, if I could do it all over again, I'd probably go so hard on him because I was, and I still am, such a huge Frank Thomas fan. That was the guy. I mean, I watched baseball. The Cubs were my team because, again, as everybody said, that's our age range. TBS and WGN. Those were the two stations that were like national syndicates that you could watch those teams on. But then you'd have Hawk Harrelson doing the games for the White Sox. And so I became a bigger White Sox fan because Harry Carey was drunk by the fifth inning. And he's talking about Marge and Joey over in Glendale, Arizona, and whatever their spring training people that he remembered in June. Why he did that, I don't know. But Hawk Harrelson, dang it. I mean, he gets so mad, so upset, and I'm like, at least he's invested in the team.
Right.
And then again, you had Ron Karkovice, Dan Pasqua, Thomas, Ivan Calderon. You had all these players. Then you had Roberto Hernandez, Bobby Thigpen, with that, I think, 90, 51 saves, which was the record. Oh, I mean, it's just stuff like that. For anybody that's collected for a long period of time, that's the stuff that it'll always bring you back. You know, I haven't looked at Frank Thomas for a while. Rabbit hole, I went down that and I picked up a few. But again, it's stuff I wanted. There's rarer inserts that I'm like, I loved them. If I can pick them up for $30-$35, that's a one per case insert. I'm gonna do it because it's Frank Thomas. I picked up a few Piazza cards that are case inserts because I love Piazza. Those are the two guys that through the 90s I didn't collect much of. Thomas the trifecta, Piazza I didn't pick up anything because again he was just white hot.
Right.
And again, you're an all-star catcher, hitting 280, 300. You're hitting 35, 40 homers. You're Tommy Lasorda's nephew. So, I mean, you've got a lot of things going for you. And then you went to the Marlins for about a week and then to the Mets. And so that's when I stopped even paying attention to any of his cards. But again, I picked those up over the years. But if you haven't watched my videos, which most people don't because they're 25 plus minutes of me rambling, I've got a lot of collections that are probably better than people that say they super collect these players.
No, I agree.
Because again, it's just length of time. You sit there and be like, okay, now I'm in my Piazza mode. Somebody has a bunch of here's some playoff inserts, here's some Pacific inserts, here's score 96, 97 inserts. I'll try to buy those because again, I don't know what's in there, but I'll take a chance.
Right.
Just because I know there's a lot of those goofy issues, like a team set or a team set artist group or something like that. That's a rare card to find. But
right.
The baseball stuff's, I won't say always been the number one thing because it hasn't. Football's pretty much trumped that. Baseball's always a strong number two because it was something you could play with your friends. Football was too, but I mean, when you're at home records and all that, and then the season length when they actually play the full season. Say, okay, we're starting in May or March with spring training, and you're going to October.
Yep.
That's like, what, 4 months without baseball, 5 months without it. So you got more than half the year with baseball always being talked about.
Since you showing that Frank Thomas from 90 made me think of this.
That's Emmett Smith.
Yep. So, childhood cards, most valuable, and it's sealed. It's still sealed. I have not opened this. That is factory sealed. But, it's one of those in which his most valuable, something that you don't think about early on in your collecting years, and you show in the Frank Thomas from 90, it's like, you know what? Now that I think about it, I know exactly where I can go pull this. We'll call it, this goes along the same lines of, the whole kid cards, things that you knew existed,
Mm-hmm.
and not being able to get it even at that time because of the value and knowing that I know it's in here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the condition, but the fact that it's in here and it's factory sealed, and no, this is not fake factory sealed. This is sealed. It's one of those in which figured I'd go ahead and add that to my list on this one.
That's the only Emmett I don't have. I've got the Clear update.
I have that in a set too.
I've got the 92 Fleer update baseball set, which I got, and somebody mislabeled a lot of sets. I was able to get that set factory sealed for under $40 delivered for the baseball with Wakefield, Kent, and Piazza.
You can't beat that.
No, when the Piazza itself sells for $35.
Right. So one of your all-time favorite sets, Dave.
Oh, love that is.
So this goes that goes on the whole kids cards thing. I mean, it really does. Mystery Finest Gold Refractor. And of course, I had another one of these and I sold it too soon. but that's beside the point. But gold refractor, mystery finest. Those who from the 90s can definitely appreciate that. We'll touch on that here in a minute. And then we're going to have a rash of mirrors. So 96, that's the mirror red and the mirror blue. Some remember seeing the mirror red in the last episode. I still haven't done a video on that, and I will, but I was hoping to add something else to the mix. But the mirrors from 96. And then, of course, because I pulled the mirror red and I knew the golds existed because the card shop had them from 97. Red, blue, and gold. By far some of my most favorite cards ever. The only mirror red I ever pulled was Reggie White, and that went to this film not yet rated, who I know appreciates it. Actually appreciates the hell out of it. And then totally certified, the mirror gold, which aren't mirrors, but
yeah.
Number to 30. And then, of course, I'm going to end it on this one, even though I've already shown this one, but some people may or may not remember seeing it. I'm ending with this one just because this is still one of those that has always been at the top of my list of when I knew that they existed. Never saw one pulled. Knew that they were extremely tough to pull. And the fact that I now finally own one. And I'm going to go and do the same thing that you did in your podcast with the essential credentials. When you buy these, make sure that they're still in the protective seal. That way you know that it's in the original state in which it was pulled.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my list that I was able to come up with given the time I had today. Nothing over 1998, guys. Nothing. Everything that I showed was between 96 and 98.
Yeah, I enjoyed. That would have been one too. The Bledsoe. Again, it wouldn't have mattered who it was back then. Terrell Davis would have been fine just to even know that those existed instead of constantly reading about those precious metals. Yeah, that doesn't exist. That's not a card because nobody's got one.
So you want to take a first stab at that question there, Dave?
First, I'd say it's their money. If that's what they want to collect, that's fine. Again,
but no, let's get into the but here. There's always a but.
It's not something I would do. That would be never something I would. If I've got a set, I wouldn't do it. It just.
I'm trying to understand what the point would be.
Well, that's the thing. Again, and you have to remember too that factory sets didn't come out until what, like 87-ish. I think that the clear was in like 10. And then
so
88, 89 had like the special, like the 700 count box that you flip down, or that you used to put the cards in that you would trade. Those are the more.
So I have, and I don't know when Topps officially started it, so to speak, because I have an 85 Donruss set still in the cellophane.
Okay.
So I know Donruss and Fleer, I think, started it earlier than what Topps did. But when Topps officially did factory sealed sets, I think it was even later. And don't hold me to this, people, by any stretch of the imagination. But I think they did it. They were a little bit late to the party with at least Donruss, because, and the reason I can at least speak for Donruss is because I do, in fact, own an 85 Donruss set that is still an individual cellophane bricks.
Yeah, I remember seeing that for the 90s or the 86 one too. There's almost like the team sets for the minor league where it comes in like that little, or maybe a little bigger, but I mean, it was like X amount of cards per brick.
I want to say 87, 88 maybe would have been the earliest that Topps did it. But like I said, don't, because I can sit there and look back on things, and I know they did it in 91, and I know they did it in 90, and I know I'm going backwards, but I don't remember before that.
I can remember the picture, or like the box, the 700 whatever count box. I remember the 89 one, but before that, I don't know.
And see, you're like me. I remember 91, and I remember 90.
Yep.
But outside of that, and of course after 91, you know, I mean, of course they kept that progressing. But 90's the earliest that I can ever recall an actual factory sealed set. And you're saying 89, so that's definitely feasible. But to me, I would think that they would go back a little bit sooner. Yeah, we're not going in the 70s though. But they were like they weren't what we look at now. You know, when you think of like a Topps factory sealed set, I mean, there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot more photography and you know, coloration and things along those lines though too.
To get
and to find any of those in the 70s would probably cost you freaking your firstborn and your next born, if it was like a, you know, just a glint in your eye type situation.
Yeah, you're paying through the butt on that one. The grading of, like, I don't know, like let's say a Von Hayes 88 Topps comes back at 10. So instead of being a dime card, now it's $30 because the pop report is so low. I don't know. The grading thing has gotten so, for me, out of hand. Where I get grading rookie cards. I get that.
Yes.
I get grading good Hall of Fame type vintage. Maybe some like the high number, because again, let's say in the 50s, 60s, early 70s, when you had Topps was released multiple times through the year, so like you'll have that high number series. Some of that stuff's a little tougher to find. I'm trying to think who a rookie. I want to say Steve Carlton for some reason, the higher number. But again, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna rip you off. Don't hold me to it. Because again, there's one of the bigger Hall of Fame rookies that doesn't have like the first or second series. It's up there higher. I get grading that type of stuff because it's just not as prevalent as like the lower series counterparts. But when we're grading a 1988 Topps record breaker Mark McGwire,
Why?
Yeah. And again, everybody's gonna have their own philosophy and what they envision for their end game for the hobby. I want to make friends. I want to share my knowledge. I want to keep learning and always enjoy my collection, no matter who's looking in from the outside. Like, oh, fuck, he's buying more Drew Bledsoe cards. He's stupid as shit. It's not 1996, buddy. Nobody cares. But then at the same time, I'm looking at like a Bob Gibson 70 tops, whatever. That's rounded corners. You want to get it graded. Why? Yeah, it's a Hall of Famer. I love Bob Gibson. Believe me, that's one of my favorite pitchers that just was dominant in the 50s and 60s. But there's a throwback card, like whatever, tops, late 80s, early 90s. Got to grade that. Why? Because the pop report's super low. You want to catch in. I mean, I don't know. I don't get the grading part other than key rookies, even if it's like a cup or exquisite or an SP authentic that's serial numbered or autoed or patched. I wouldn't, but I don't mind it because I can see you want to keep the top rookie or the most, not even expensive, but the one that holds the most appeal, even to you, in great condition or whatever. You want to encase it. But again, like a Randy Moss 2004 Topps Chrome Refractor, why? It doesn't make sense to me. It can to the charlatans, the
investor,
pumpers, the investors. They can preach that to the high heavens or the depths of hell, wherever they're preaching.
Well, and that's
makes sense to me.
And that's what's the sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Dave, but that's the interesting part that you kind of alluded to. You know, Topps Chrome refractors being something that has, you know, spanned multiple years within the hobby across, you know, 3 sports.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, you got your big name guys. You know, you're always going to have your big name guys from said year, always in the set. They're going to hold the highest value or book value perspective and even the resale perspective because of collector base. But on the flip side, you kind of alluded to, you know, people paying attention to pop reports. It seems as though that's what is the focal point of these individuals grading these cards, because there's a small handful that are on the pop report. And the lower the population, typically the higher price that they can command. But that's also looking at things from a different perspective. We as collectors don't look at it from that perspective. Those people who are investors look at return on investment, even if it's minuscule for their initial investment value. How can they spin it in their favor to dictate what they can sell something for? And that is kind of the reason that's one of the reasons why the hobby is the way that it is right now, is because people finding ways to market stuff in a way to where they can bring visibility to something that normally most collectors would give 2 shits about. For somebody who's a Tom Brady collector, and I'm always referring to football typically, you look at those sold listings of finest refractors, X-fractors, Topps Chrome refractors, and you look at these high grades and you're looking at what they're selling for and you're like, why? There is no significance to a 2007 Topps Chrome white refractor Tom Brady, there's no significance. None. But yet people, and hey, I cashed out some time ago. I didn't have mine graded, but I cashed out on my white refractor Tom Brady a few years ago. I had nothing into it. I pulled it technically, but yet it sold for like $90. Now, do I regret it because it probably sells for more now? But that's irrelevant. It just, people are finding ways to spin things to benefit themselves. And they're doing it in a way through pop reports in grading cards that normally most people wouldn't grade. Just saying. That's my opinion.
Well, yeah, when you've got pretty much any Brady Chrome or any Brady Finest refractor, any of the variations, and now any of the Panini Prism. I mean, you got a 14th year Tom Brady, 16th year Tom Brady Panini Silver Prism, PSA 10 going for whatever it goes for, a lot more than it should in a realistic sense. You're going to start seeing people, it's like, oh, well, LeBron, he's the same way, where it's like all of a sudden this stuff, the first Lakers optic silver is going for this much. Why?
Right.
Why? These aren't a finite amount of cards. I'd rather put my whatever money I'm dumping into LeBron into like a Bowman Chrome Gold, third, fourth, whatever, fifth year to 50 raw than I would in a Panini Prism Silver. It's a 10 or PSA 10. It's like, why would you do that? I get the initial year. Like if Brady didn't have a rookie top Chrome, the 01,
2001. Absolutely.
I get that. But not like a fifth year, eighth year, 12th year card. That shouldn't hold astronomical value because you got it graded. That just, we don't look at it the same way a lot of other people that are now in this hobby look at it. But again, it doesn't make sense when something is numbered to a finite amount, or you have something that is incredibly tough to pull, going for a fraction of something that's 1 per 6-pack. Again, it's a deeper checklist, but at the same time, a case hit should never, if it's a Hall of Fame player or an atomic interest, never go for less than something you can. It's like a 1 in 4 refraction. It just, again, I get Giannis, I get Mahomes, I get Luka, I get that they're going to be expensive because of the performances, but they shouldn't be at the levels they're at either. I mean, I get Giannis because it's a more limited quantity was released, because again, you didn't know if that was going to hold, if that Panini Prism was going to hold. Oh,
yeah, I know. Now he shows up after late.
And you got to go back and watch this. You are gonna do cartwheels with fits of rage and joy. That's gonna be.
But at the same time, and look, if anybody has the opportunity to take advantage of the current bubble and market and be able to turn it in to substantial adds to their collection, i.e. you've been able to do that, don't even second guess it. Take advantage of it. However, don't buy into the hype though. You don't be the ones that are spending these ridiculous prices for some things. You strike while the iron's hot. If there's no attachment, If it's not something that you just feel like you want to keep for whatever reason, take advantage of it. But turn it into something that you want, something that you enjoy, something that you prize, something that becomes the cornerstone of your collection, maybe. I mean, the opportunities are endless. But at the same time, don't buy into the hype. Don't be the one who is helping pump some of those values. Don't be the one sitting there going, okay, and this is going to be a bad example. If you could, make a killing on selling, I don't know, Mahomes or whatever. Mm-hmm. Because let's be real, if Mahomes freaking tears an ACL, you're going to see a drop. Mm-hmm. It's the nature of the beast. You're going to see it. But don't take that and go turn around and spend, $1,500, $1,600 on a Luka rookie. I'm sorry. I get it. The kid is good. I live in Dallas. Okay, I live north of Dallas. Luka is phenomenal. I would love to own a Luka rookie. But I'm not paying into that. No. I don't care if I won the lottery tomorrow. And I mean this. If I won the lottery tomorrow, I still would not buy into the hype, even if I could afford it. It is not worth it.
No, and then you see,
I'd shove my foot up their ass and say, dude, what the fuck are you doing? No, I probably wouldn't, because I don't understand the whole. I get it. It's the times that we're dealing with, Ed, and I have a hard time dealing with people who are trying to take it to the extreme, because the only reason why they're buying that stuff is to flip it. Whether or not it be sealed, or maybe take a risk, maybe take a chance. I'm sorry. That negates what this hobby is about. And until we can get rid of these investors who think they're going to make it rich, maybe they will. Great for them. But get the fuck out of this hobby. Leave it for those people who are here because we enjoy it. Because bottom line is, they're the ones who are making it difficult, even for us who have the ability to buy some of the stuff. Okay? But if you want to maintain the future, which is kids, mm-hmm. It ain't ever going to happen until these people freaking lose their ass. And I will say it till I'm blue in the face. I hope they start falling on their face sooner than later, because it is a load of shit. Because for those people who enjoy busting product because they enjoy that aspect of the hobby, and they can't do it because you've got dickheads going in and buying everything that's there, stocking these people, buying it out, there's a problem. There is a problem.
Well, yeah, when Target is your only spot, or Walmart, to get something that's actually affordable for a kid, I haven't seen shit around here in ages. I want to bust some tops just because, again, that's all I want to do. Just a couple blasters or a couple hangers, like I've done. But again,
Daniel, I don't think it's going to change even when that goes away. It's people have found an opportunity to have additional revenue streams, and there are individuals that have made substantial amounts of money because of the situation. But even when it goes away, because they realize they found this thing that gives them X amount of return on investment, it's not going to change. The only way it's going to change, and for anybody who has an opportunity, go watch JT's video. Go watch JT's video. He did it live and talking about the frustrations with the hobby. Is don't buy into the hype. We can control the possibility of stuff changing. And you're right, Ed, that does help the possibility. But the problem is, if people can't obtain the product, even if it tanks, people are still going to take advantage of the situation. And until we, as collectors, find ways to stop buying into it and creating the excess amounts of money for these people to make, that's the only way it's going to change. I don't buy retail. I've never bought retail. I've strictly bought hobby. But even on the hobby front, because retail prices are driven to the freaking extreme, that is also driving the hobby prices. But because of the situation, the pandemic, new individuals coming into this hobby as investors, they are causing this to transpire. And until we can find ways to reduce those individuals buying into that or buying into that hype, we're never going to get through this. And that's the part that bothers me, because I started as a kid. Packs were cheap. Whether they be hobby, whether they be retail, it didn't matter. Stuff was cheap. That's what kept you coming to the hobby. And the fact that you can't even get something that is normal MSRP because of these fucktards, we got a problem. Yes, I'm on my soapbox, and normally I wouldn't be on my soapbox, but it pisses me off. And listening to JT and his video that he did earlier, we have to find ways to band together. We have to find ways to band together, because there are a lot more collectors out there than there are investors. And I know we're just a small smidge of the collector base. We have to find ways to try and stop it, because if we don't, this hobby will die, because we won't get new people in it. The kids won't be able to be in it. Just go look at Triple Crown 24's recent video.
And that's the thing. The buddy, he's been buying this. And again, he buys the tops. I don't know what it is. The baseball, or one for tops, or box, encased, autograph, clearly authentic.
Okay.
This kid does it and but again, they like the autographs. To them, it's not about the money being spent. Obviously, how much a box is. It's because he wants them to be in the hobby, have them have an appreciation for stuff. But again, they don't have an appreciation, or they can't, because anytime you go to Target, anytime you go to Walmart, anytime you go to any of these big box stores, what's up, Carlos? They can't even rip a box of tops, where again you can learn more. You're getting actual players. They like looking at the cards, looking at the stats, looking, hey, look at the career. You went here, here, and here. The people busting this shit, they just want the Luis Robert rookie. They don't give a shit about anything else. It's always about whatever key rookie card somebody's trying to pump. And it's horrendous to the fact, or to the point of, you know, people obviously not in this hobby for the right reasons. That's the worst part. Again, money is the root of all evil, and these people are evil. I'll say it. I don't care if people like me or not. Again, you try to manipulate the market, And that's what fucks with the hobby.
Well, and that's the bottom line.
Your people, your little groups, which we've said before, it's been documented. They go to buy one card for $120. They go and get something else for like $150. The same card. Then they go to $200. So you're seeing that market move up. It's not moving up because they're all the inner circle buying from each other, fucking with market manipulation. And it's all because of Joey Jojo Shabadoo, Mr. Gary V, and his like, I don't like these people. I just don't. They're saying, hey, go buy Matt Williams. Go buy fucking Curtis Martin. Do whatever. No. Shut up. You don't know anything. Stay in your lane. Get the fuck out of ours. Eventually you'll get run over. Because people don't like people like these investors and ladders, stock movements. These are cards. These aren't day-by-day trading.
But they're trading. They're treating it as if it is.
It's not day trading here. We're not at the New York Stock Exchange. It is.
Well, yes, and it's insider trading. If you really want to think about it, if you put it into stock terms, it's insider trading. Yeah. And people, okay, so prime example. Go read the article about Vegas Dave and selling the frickin' Trout Superfractor. Read the article. It even sits there and talks about his market manipulation and everything else that dictated the sell of that card. Mm-hmm. It's in written right there, plain as day. I get it, folks. All of us want to be able to make money. Okay, I get it. We are in this world to make a living. But to do it in ways that I consider not honest, I have a problem with that. Because why should individuals who have money and the financial backing be able to dictate how things sell? I just don't get it. I have a conscience. Most people are in here who have a conscience. And look, I'm not going to fault anybody who takes advantage of the situation. By all means, take advantage of the freaking situation. If there's shit out there that you don't care about, take advantage of the situation. Cash out and do what you want with it. More power to you. But at the same time, for those individuals that are consistently trying to pump the market and dictate how things sell consistently, there's a problem. And it's only and guys, look, this has nothing to do with the pandemic. I know a lot of people think it is. This has been going on for a few years. We're just now seeing it a little bit more in the limelight because you have these investor channels that are coming to the forefront and, trying to push market statistics and everything else or whatever along those lines because, hey, I'm a sports card investor. I am worth millions. Come join my shit, pay me money, and I will give you everything you need in order to do the same thing that I'm doing. Here's the problem. Unless you got $1 million or a few $1 million stashed away, you're not ever going to be the investor that they are. You have to spend money to make money. And most of us are on a budget and we don't have a whole lot of just discretionary income that we can throw around. And that's the part that really bothers me about all of this. Certain subset of people should not dictate how things sell or how much things should sell for. That's a problem. And as an individual who has been collecting for almost his entire life and remember what it was like to open those early packs of cards, the fact that they are literally taking it away from the future of the hobby, this hobby will die if it continues.
Ty, some of that is true. I mean, they've got, if you've got people that are in sports that are enjoying sports, you had March, April, May, June, into pretty much 3/4 of July, because I think baseball started on 24th or something. They had money. Some of these people are of the ilk that if you're not betting on something, maybe it's been happening for a while. The COVID thing has really brought it to the forefront. Because again, you have a lot of these people that lost their jobs, 600 extra bucks a week. When you think of that, that's 2,400 to $3,000 a month of quote unquote free money. They didn't earn it. They shouldn't have got it. I fucking hate it. I'd kick somebody in the dick for that. I hate that. When a lot of us are busting their ass constantly and dealing with stupid people all the time. You have this time now, okay, you're not betting on sports, you're not watching sports, you're not planning any getaways with all these trillions of cajillions of dollars. You have time to just sit there on YouTube or whatever medium you watch, Twitter, Discord, Instagram, Snapchat, MySpace, AOL, MSN Messenger, whatever you're watching, Facebook, and you see all this stuff going on, you're like, well, hey, I know Gary Vaynerchuk. He's a pretty well-known person. Let's see what he's got to say. Buy Luca. Pay me for advice. Oh, I'll pay him. So you pay him. Buy Luca PSA 10 Panini Prism Silvers. Oh, I'll do that. Next week, pay me more. Juan Soto Topps update. So you have somebody just droning on about whatever, telling these people, this is where your money should go. He's already created with his inner circle the pumping of said cards. So you see like 3 sales of like $230, $250 for something, and oh shit, $275, that's not too bad of a deal. Then you're buying in. He doesn't have to use the inner circle anymore because everything's already starting to, it's like an avalanche. It goes downhill. It's done.
Well, and said individual already has, 5, 10, 12, 15 cards because they bought in early.
And then you can sell his for
15. Exactly. But it goes back to market manipulation, and that's ultimately what it is. I mean, that really is what it is. And, like I said earlier in the podcast, for those who are still here and may or may not remember, we will see the same thing happen with football. Just give it time. Football's around the corner. If we have a season, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Whether it be the rookies for 2020 or anything along those lines. And to be honest, you're already kind of starting to see it with Tom Brady, with him changing over to Tampa Bay. You're seeing the increase in Gronk because he's now with Tom Brady. You are starting to see the influx or the increase in the sell values of cards that have no significance. Now, you are seeing the cards that do have significance, Brady rookies, Gronk rookies, things along those lines. It's gonna happen, and it's gonna be just as bad in football as it is in the other 3 sports. And it's one of those in which Take advantage of it now. If you have opportunities to sell out of stuff that have no meaning to you, like I said, I'm not telling you to go dump your shit. I mean, that's not what I'm getting at. But if you have stuff that does not have significance to you for any reason, take advantage of it while you can, because we all know things will settle. This is cyclical. It's no different than the stock market. It's going to level out again. When that is, that's the unknown. It's not like we. I wouldn't do that either, because that's just as bad, because you had the same individuals who do the same thing with Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic the Gathering, the same thing. It's no different. It is no different.
Yeah, well, there's money to be made. People are leeches and sharks in the water. I mean, they're just ready to strike.
Yep.
I think it'd be different. It would be a little. I think the football market would already be moving higher if there's preseason stuff going on right now. I mean, you'd have people going wonky for stuff. If somebody had a good preseason half,
yep.
Leonard Fournette, 12 carries, 80 yards, and 2 touchdowns by Leonard Fournette. I don't know. Again, that's why.
These are the cards I'm investing in. When you see video titles like that, those are the people that are manipulating what's going on. It's the reality. It's the reality.
The worst, that's what I was trying to search for what I was going to say. Shocking, I know. The worst part about, I think, all of this was kids not being able to buy and kids just being on YouTube constantly. If they do anything with sports and they stumble across these people because somehow they bought or accrued that many subs, these are the people that they're going to think, oh, shit, these are the ones that we should be listening to for this. Let's all go do this. Let's go all do that. And the worst part is they'll never get a chance to actually be part of a community like we had. Again, lots of drama. That's every time. Every community's got that. But a lot of friendships were forged during those times. And so, I don't know. It's just when you have these influencers, charlatans, pumpers and dumpers as your flag bearers for this community, it just, you wonder what the future holds. Like it used to be. No, Joe, there's nothing out there for this. There's nothing out there. I remember those are something. What are you doing out here, boy? Yeah, I don't get where these kids are getting their money. I don't. Again, how they get it, whatever, good for them. But are they working for it? Probably not. Mom and Dad take out their suitcases from their way next to the suit. Take out a stack of money and then give it to them. I mean, again, nobody. When I was that age, when we were that age, it's like even You didn't have $5,000 worth of cards, and if you did, somebody's probably running after you because you just ripped them off somehow, or you just kiped them. It's just, but it's all those people that are not in the hobby for any other reason than A, to make themselves money, or B, take your money. That's the people. If you just type in sports cards, guess what? Those will be the people on top of the list. It won't be us. It won't be people like Joey Burkhead. It won't be this film not yet rated. It won't be All-Star Jersey Shop or Card Face Central Manny. It's going to be the charlatans. It's going to be the people that are just wanting you to pay for something that you can fucking find so goddamn easily on the internet. And if you pay for it, you need to be hit by a switch in both your eyes so you can never look at anybody else.
So I need everybody here to start in their videos. Buy Terrell Davis. 90s cards. Just buy Terrell Davis. Just kidding. See if we can manipulate the hobby. Because then I can make a killing and then I can share some love. Of course, I'm joking, folks. That's not.
That's good.
I'm flabbergasted with everything that has transpired. But at the same time, like I said, this isn't new. It's just more easily visible because of the current situation. But at the same time, good night, Joe.
Later, Joe.
Yeah, it's good to see you, man. I don't get it. I know why it's transpiring. It's no different than, other people trying to find ways to make ends meet. And this is just like the stock market. Things rise and fall with popularity or having a good game or notoriety or anything along those lines. It's the same in the stock market. It's also the same with Pokemon and Magic the Gathering, and there are finance channels out there that focus on Magic the Gathering finance and the highs and lows of certain cards and things along those lines. It's no different. At least those individuals, they're speaking true like data. It's market data through various websites of how cards have increased and stuff along those lines. These individuals from the sports card world may have these same type of programs that track stuff, but at the same time, they're not pushing people to go invest in stuff. It's informative and basically stating, hey, this card has seen a 160% increase, over the last X amount of time. Usually that means people are going to sit there and go through their collections and they're going to see what they can get rid of. But they're not telling them, go buy these. They're actually telling them the adverse, go sell these. Because the market is dictating what they're selling for. Not that it makes it any more right, but at least they're not sitting there trying to really push for people to pump money into certain cards for them to turn around and make them money because they bought X number of copies. I'm too honest of a person, and maybe that's my problem. Yeah. Oh, and I get it, and I know that's out there, Ed, and I've seen it. But if you're seriously doing it for market trends, it's one thing. If you're really wanting to see market trends, okay, I get it. However, this isn't the stock market, and these people technically should not be considered investors. They are flippers. Mm-hmm. And there's a big freaking difference. Trust me, if I had enough income to sit there and buy into certain things at X number of dollars and be able to flip them for 100, 200% increase on investment time and time again, it would be hard not to do. The difference is I'm not going to be the one to sit there and tell you buy, so now I can sit there and sell these cards. That's the difference. I don't have the time, nor do I have the energy to sit there and take what I would consider a substantial risk, because the stock market is based on earnings of a business, or maybe what they have coming up on the horizon as far as new technology and things along those lines, or they're getting into a different avenue. Kodak, for instance, they had the big push. They typically do film. They were going into pharmaceuticals, big ass jump in sales. Okay. However, all it takes is for one time. One time, player gets hurt, prices drop. They have a shitty season, prices drop. And only because we're in an odd situation is why you're seeing some of the ridiculous prices on some of these cards. The only difference is, from a basketball perspective, LeBron James being in the whole GOAT conversation, we're not going to go into that, but LeBron stuff is holding a premium. I get it. But you go back and you see a substantial increase, let's say in LeBron rookie stuff. Kobe rookie stuff, of course, Kobe's different, tragically passing. But Jordan stuff ultimately is what pushes the ridiculous prices in basketball. And that's why basketball to me is a little bit different than other sports. You can't sit there and say Mike Trout dictates baseball. You can't say Steven Strasburg dictates baseball. You can't say Bryce Harper dictates baseball. You can't say Tatis dictates baseball. Baseball is its own different animal. But basketball all stems from Jordan. Period. Mm-hmm. From the beginning of time. And the more years pass in basketball, the higher price Jordan stuff gets, which means the higher price other stuff is going to get. But on the flip side, for whatever reason, people don't realize is a distributor can say they have limited the print production. How do you know they ain't full of shit? Just saying. Just saying.
Dude, all the stuff now has gotten to the point where you're not, and again, this has never been about making your money back on a box, on a pack, whatever you buy, if you're buying to rip. I saw one of the other videos, I think Ziggy he had a bunch of, it was on Blowout, maybe, the pre-sale stuff for like the football and basketball. Guess how much a 2020 box of Donruss is pre-selling for?
What sport? Football?
Football. I think it was one auto, one mem, like 18 packs, 12 rookies. It said a couple of.
Please don't tell me over $200.
$275
for base Donruss.
Donruss.
So here we go. History repeats itself. If
anybody's paying that, I tell them to drink bleach because it cures COVID.
Wow, Dave, that's a little harsh. But I get it. I get it.
Absolutely asinine to pay that kind of money. One auto, one mem, some rookies. Yeah. Tag them and bag them. Because those people are dumber than a sack of hammers. Absolute stupidity.
Well, but on the flip side, it's the people who are convincing them to do things, the investment thing. People are seeing, people are making big bucks, guys.
Oh, I know.
When people who are down and out and you see money signs, it's hard. It's hard not to try and buy into the hype. But not everybody has the ability to do that. Oh, and you're 100% right, Ed. 100% right. And although we're a small group of individuals, I think we still can have an impact on trying to get this back to normal.
I'd hope so, but again, that's when you get people that like sports and they're like, I need to make some money. And they stumble across one of those videos and I don't even remember the old infomercial. It's like, do you want to make money or make more money? Sure, we all do. And then go to like the TV VCR repair, all these, like the school, I don't even remember what it was for, but like in the early 90s, they had the infomercial. It literally is just like somebody buying into such a vague statement. Hey, if you buy into cards, you'll make money.
And you can.
What?
And
money?
You can. And you can.
Well, no, but that I'm not even going with like look into it further. It's just a statement.
No,
connotation.
I
make money by buying cards.
Bring back Don West.
That
would be an even bigger problem. And let's not go there.
But yeah, I don't. It's people wanting the quick buck, the people not wanting to put work in for their money, the people always not able to think for themselves if they hear somebody.
No, I was talking about the other one. He's back with different names.
I don't know. It won't change until, again, I thought and hoped, what's it, Project 2020, that would sort of cast aside some of these ignoramuses, but it didn't. It's like they're like vultures. They go from that carcass to another, to more sheep, as a wise man once said.
I mean, it's been hard for me to not take advantage. go into Walmart, go into Target just to see. But I think of what it was like as a kid. And granted, I never bought any like retail stuff as a kid. My grandmother always did it. But I can still remember walking into the hobby shop and buying packs because of my allowance or birthday or whatever along those lines. And the fact that you got stuff that is what I would what has always been considered low end, base Donruss, base tops, base Fleer. You know, I know Fleer's not, but you get where I'm going with this. A few dollars, $1.25, $1.50, you know, maybe $2 type situation. And you got base product from a hobby perspective, going for that amount of money. You're talking what? What'd you say? Over $200, 18 packs a box. What is that? Freaking $10 over $10 a pack for a cheap product. There's a problem with that. But on the flip side, here's the issue. You've got too many people who are willing to buy in at those prices because they don't know any better. And I say they don't know any better because of the possibility of them being swayed one way or the other, thinking that that's their only option. Supply and demand is typically the driver. Right now, it's not the driver. You've got people in the driver's seat dictating some of that pricing. And for anybody who is selling something for higher than what they should, technically should be reported for price gouging. It is illegal, folks. I'm sure everybody knows that. Price gouging is illegal. And unfortunately, something like this, there's no way to monitor it. There's really no way to enforce the legality of price gouging because you've got people who are going to continue to pay the prices, and it's not a need. So therefore, it doesn't fall under the whole price gouging philosophy. It's not a need. It's not a necessity.
That's
so
selling milk $20 a gallon.
So anybody can dictate the price. I mean, prime example. Now, I don't know if this stuff was legit or not. I don't know if it was earlier today or if I did it yesterday. I was looking at completed listings as a whole, highest listed first. And after I got through some of the crazy stuff, one-on-ones and, all this other kind of crap, I started seeing completed listings for shit at $40,000 that you're going, what? And you look at some of these and you're like, okay, was somebody actually stupid enough to buy this? Or is it somebody trying to manipulate the market for something that normally wouldn't be manipulated? So prime example, Whataburger did a Nolan Ryan set, I want to say in 93. I don't remember how many cards there were in this set, but you went to the restaurant and they had different cards after a certain amount of time. It's no different than, a Happy Meal from McDonald's and selling Beanie Babies. Same type of scenario. There is a listing on eBay, and you guys go run and check. I'm not bullshitting you here. shows one of the complete sets selling for $40,000. And then you look at all the other ones and you're like 12, 15, 8, couple dollars for a single, maybe $40,000. And it sold. It wasn't sold and relisted. It shows to be sold. And the seller has 100% feedback. Now tell me how stupid and asinine something like that is. But if somebody, and I hate to say this, at the same time, if somebody's stupid enough to pay that, I almost wish I was the person that you know what I mean? I almost wish that was me. I wish I would have listed it for 40 grand and somebody actually buy it and pay for it.
Yeah.
But the fact that things are being manipulated as such is what makes it hard for all of us sitting here in this room who do this as a hobby because we love it. It almost makes you want to sit there and go, why am I continuing to do this? Why am I having to pay higher prices for something because other people are pumping and dumping?
No. Again, at some point there has to be a crash. I don't know when. I get that some of the basements on some of these older rookies should have come up a long time ago. But to the point where people are grading, nobody's hoping for a 10, hoping for a set registry or the pop report or especially again if you go through your subscriptions, you got people you want to watch, obviously, but then when it's like the home and then you get other videos in there because of the stuff you do watch, I don't want to watch half this shit ever. And there's no block button on YouTube.
I don't know one.
All this stuff long ago. I don't care if you send me something. I'm not going to shout your name out in a video just to put your name out there on my 30,000 plus subscribers. I'm not going to go to a flea market and rip people off and put that out there in my video for 25,000 subscribers. I'm not going to promote investing other than buy what you like. Buy stuff that, again, if it looks cool and it's in your price range, sure, go ahead. But again, until people start doing that stuff, it's just going to be the same old.
Yep. Well, history repeats itself.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yep. This isn't the first time it's happened.
No.
Honestly. And it won't be the last. It's just more prevalent because there's more of it taking place. There's more individuals that are doing it. And the fact that, there are still individuals that are, maybe still unemployed, looking for those additional avenues, hoping to make a quick million. These people who invest were already millionaires already. They have the money to do it. Those of us who have jobs, who make a decent living, okay, I'm sure the amount of money each of us make is different. Plus, depending on where you live, cost of living, things along those lines. But most of these people already had millions from what other avenues that they have.
Mm-hmm.
So to spend a few $1 million because they have it, to make a few $1 million, it's not hurting them any. I don't know about you. I don't have a spare few $1 million laying around to try and take a risk on something that you just don't know whether or not it's really worth it. But I always go back to, as collectors, to a certain degree, we are investors. And I hate using that term. But we are long-term.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a difference. Because we do it because we love it. We do it because we enjoy it. It's, nostalgia from our childhood. The fact that we can obtain things now than what we could as a kid. And you're not looking at opportunities to flip stuff. So to a degree, we are long-term investors. But we're not after the quick buck either.
No.
We're not always looking for stuff. Let's see what steals I can make this time. So I can turn around and flip it for X number of dollars. So well, that's true too, Daniel. 2006 was a bad year for football. Just saying.
Yeah, I don't know. You can only share what you know. People stumble upon the channel and they listen. Guess what? That's great, but again, there's not 8 million subscribers, and it's not monetized, and it never will be. And no flashy gimmicks and graphics and all this other BS. But again, if you want that stuff, you want to get suckered into the sinkhole or the quicksand or
whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, have fun. Any of those get quick rich schemes, guess how they usually work out?
They don't.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing. At some point things will level. We will have a repeat. We always do. It's just the nature of the beast. But at the same time, like I said, because of current situation, we're seeing a larger impact to the hobby overall. And, we have to wait and see what happens, because for all we know, this can last till same time next year or longer.
Which I hope it doesn't, Tyree.
Well, everybody hopes that that's not the case. But at some point, it will start to dip a little bit and level, and we'll kind of start seeing some sort of normalcy, so to speak. But I know that's the other thing that's kind of interesting. You brought that up, Daniel. Supplies are even, because there's too much new blood, but new blood for the wrong reasons. And that's a supply and demand. That's what that is. Card companies are going to continue to pump more and more product because people are going to buy it. And at the same time, it almost makes you think that, and I'm just going to throw a kink in this whole thing. Go back to the junk wax years and mass production of product to where most of it is worthless. It'd be better off being used as toilet paper. Is the same thing going to happen with the hobby, because the fact that they are mass producing some of this product is the same thing going to happen, to where all this stuff that is selling for thousands of dollars for whatever reason, because they're the hottest of the day, is there going to come a time to where 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020 is going to become the junk wax of the modern era because it was overly produced? And I hate to say this for those guys who, you know, have some money tied into 2020 stuff or 2019 stuff. I almost hope it happens, because those people who are pumping that now, they will lose their ass. Mm-hmm. And the chances of them coming back to try it again, maybe we can keep them away. I know that sounds really bad, but, you know, I'm sorry. I want to be able to go enjoy people opening product, even though I don't like baseball. I loved it as a kid. I've opened it from time to time. I enjoy a lot of the old school players. Half the players these days, I don't even know. The only reason why I know about them is because of the people I watch on YouTube who talk about some things. You know what I mean? That's the only reason why I know who Juan Soto is. That's the only reason why I know who Tatis is. Now, they pull up in my news feed and stuff on Google because of past looking at sports news reports and stuff along those lines. But, you know, I didn't know who Luis Robert was. I didn't know who freaking Dominguez was. If that's even the freaking guy's name, I can't even freaking remember anymore. But I don't pay attention to that crap. I knew who Zion was because he was the freaking number one pick. Mm-hmm. But even you getting rid of your Prism Silver PSA 10 that you got some time ago, who the fuck is that? I don't even know who it is. Why? Because I don't care. You know, I focus on football. Maybe not as much as what I once did, because guess what? I'm no longer busting product, so I don't give a crap who the top rookie is.
Yeah.
I get, you know, Joe Burrow, you know, there are some of these guys, yes, I know who they are, but I don't focus as much on it.
Yeah, you don't have to. It's not because in your hobby world.
No, because now would I prefer to have base sets that include base rookies and things along those lines? Yes. But I haven't done that since the last year of Chrome. Mm. Because Chrome was always my thing. Do I have top sets from some of those years? Yes. But Chrome was always my thing. And now that there's only Panini, I don't care. I know I'm missing out on some great rookies from, you know, those years, but I'm not paying the prices either.
No. No, it'll be interesting to see everything coming out in the next, month and a half, by the end of September. How many football products we have, how much of that stuff is going to be photoshopped and airbrushed, just because, again, no rookie premiere photo shoot. So again, I don't know. It's a weird time in the hobby. It's a good time to collect inserts because guess what? They're not costing anywhere near the current stuff is. So again, it's a perfect time to buy in. Inserts go back. Collect some of those cards that you wanted as a kid, or you couldn't get as a kid. And you can pretty much do it on any budget. You don't have to be a millionaire. It helps, but realistically and feasibly, that is not something that's going to happen. for any of us watching now, currently in the room, or later down the line. So,
nope, I'm right there with you, and I completely agree.
But I think we're pushing 4 hours 35 minutes.
Yeah, longer than last one. What are we doing, Dave?
Just can't stop talking. So then again, people have 12 plus hours of us. Because next week we'll not be on. I'll be vacationing, getting away from people. Well, probably still see people, but the people of the grocery store. I don't want to see them.
Yeah, well, it's all, depending on conversation and what people, bring up to add to discussion points, really what push the conversations consistently. So yeah, Joey always comes in really late, right about the time we're about to sign off.
He's got the timing down perfectly.
He's like, man, I came in at the right time. Now I don't have to listen to these fuckers talk.
The human melatonin.
You're not that bad, Dave. You're not that bad.
When I start talking about drinking bleach, I don't think many people are tuning in.
I still think that was pretty funny. You weren't the only one who made some sort of comment, though, as it related to getting rid of them.
Yeah, it's just, again, I know there'll always be the investors, the flippers, but when that seems to pretty much be and it's, again, it could be not an overwhelming majority, but it just seems that way. It gets tiresome quickly.
Yep. No, it does. And that's, I hate it for everybody. I can't speak just for myself, because the frustration continues to grow, and it's disheartening. And, I keep going back to the fact that this is supposed to be a hobby for kids. And yes, people may hate me for saying this, but this hobby is meant for kids. We are grown adults who are like kids because it stuck with us all these years. But yet, when kids can't even get into the hobby for what we were used to getting into the hobby at, the future is very grim. I mean, it is, because as we get older and older, guys, let's face it, we ain't getting any younger. As we get older and older, and we slowly start, taking the dirt nap, if there's no kids to keep up the hobby, then it goes away. And maybe some people don't care. Others who have children who want them to enjoy the hobby or, get involved in the hobby, that's got to hurt, because if things continue to a certain degree, that's ultimately what the end result is going to be. However, since history repeats itself, this too shall pass. The only issue is who knows how long that's going to take for us to continue to see this. And we'll never know. I mean, we've never known it in the past. We're never going to know it now. So, I mean, it's one of those in which at some point it will pass. We will somewhat get back to some normalcy. I just hope it's sooner than later. Because if I'm a card manufacturer, I'm holding product until the holidays, and I'm going to pump the shit out of it, and all that's going to do is make things even worse. come Christmas. Just saying.
Try finding probably a top 2020 set for $50 this year. Good luck.
I'm just saying. It sucks. It sucks. And right now I'm so glad that I am not busting packs and boxes, because that was my thing too. I'm just so glad I'm not having to deal with that, because on the flip side, if I'm also a manufacturer, I may be making more product, but I'm going to make things more difficult to get. So therefore, hopefully they buy more in hopes to get said whatever. It's just, it's the machine. It's the money machine. And, I can't speak for other hobby or other sports. I mean, I see it. I hear it from other conversations. Ed, JT, you, other individuals that have brought up, just the whole retail thing in itself. I can only speak for football. But knowing what you said earlier and the fact that football season's right around the corner, it's going to be ugly. It's going to be ugly.
And that's with baseball, you can have like a good game, good series, but again, football, that's the game of the week. Your one game, Brady goes 28 for 33, 384 touchdowns. You watch some prices just go through the roof.
Yeah, and then watch him tear his Achilles, and this other stuff is going to tank.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference is his rookie stuff will stay fairly consistent. But if I'm not mistaken, and Ed, if you're still here, correct me if I'm wrong. And Dave, I'm pretty sure you were there too. In the hangout at the end of Hobbypalooza, in y'all's hangout, y'all were talking about the 2011 Topps Update Mike Trout. And at the time of said broadcast, it had actually dropped. And that's because he wasn't playing, because he was on paternity leave or something.
Yep.
So that's where the market trends come into place, typically from a rookie perspective.
Mm-hmm.
But the newer stuff, for whatever reason, based on hype, whatever, pumping, whatever it is, but somebody has a bad game, somebody tears an Achilles, somebody breaks a hand, God forbid somebody, breaks their neck, whatever, that newer stuff is going to tank. Because what purpose does it serve? Rookie stuff will dip because of those situations. But it's not going to dip to the point to where it's like, holy crap, I bought a card for $1,000. Now it's $100.
Mm-hmm.
For somebody who has played for an extensive period of time and has history and records and things along those lines, it's never going to tank to that extreme. Now, if they go out and murder somebody, different conversation. Exactly. Not that he had a substantial sell value anyways at the time when he was drafted. But, barring any off-the-field type situations, stuff along those lines, you're never going to have that substantial of a drop in somebody's rookie card. Emmitt Smith, 90 score supplemental will never drop in value. Granted, he's retired. That's only going to continue to increase year after year after year. But current players, rookie stuff is never going to tank to the point of, as long as they've had a decent career. I know Cam Newton stuff dropped because he was having rough times in Carolina. He's seeing a small spike now that he's in New England. But newer rookies, when you start getting into, 2009 maybe and newer, you see a lot more of those spikes.
Mm-hmm.
And some of those guys can tank hard. But you go years prior, typically, a rookie card may drop 10%, 20% because of them getting hurt or whatnot. But then it's going to go back up the minute they rebound. And because they have tenure and they're still a decent player, the value is never going to tank to the point of where something can happen in baseball. Especially with these newer guys, these new these prospects and the rookies and everything else.
Yeah, that's again, people dropping $3-4 grand on Luis Robert or color autos or whatever before, and again, that's been going on for a number of years. But doing them just never financially feasible, and people will still continue to do it because, again, they want to hit on the next big thing, and they want to get in on the ground floor before something is 30 times what that price is.
Sometimes it's easy money.
Yeah.
For some people, it's easy money. But for me, I'm not going to take – it's not worth the risk on a lot of that.
Oh, Joey, now.
That's why my main focus is the focus that I have. Retired, he's in the Hall of Fame. And granted, his price has spiked when he made the Hall of Fame. And if I didn't give a shit about my collection, I would have freaking dumped a lot too. But there's too much time invested. There's too much love for this collection. A lot of great people have sent me stuff for this collection, which, has that additional sentimental value. It's not about the money for me. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to start peeking through some of my older shit. And if it's like I look at it, yeah, this doesn't mean much. Time to get rid of it. Because then maybe I can be sitting on my PMG or, my essential credentials or something. I'm not sitting on that kind of stuff, but you get where I'm going. So that is true. Well, it depends. There still are some roller coasters, especially for some of the higher sought after inserts and parallels. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I think that'll always be the case. And then again, some of the patch stuff, depending on a product, the National Treasures, so the 06, 7, 8, that stuff's always something that it won't be cheap, but again, it won't be astronomical unless you somehow have one of these new bloods come in and start pumping that up. But hopefully that doesn't happen. I don't want to sell any of that stuff. That's all nice stuff.
Yeah, well, and because you enjoy it, there's reasons behind it. You purchase that stuff because of doing it because you like them, you enjoy it, you love them, So it still follows the mantra,
Love what you collect, like what you love.
Yep.
I suppose 10 minutes from 5 hours, we gotta wrap it up. I'm gonna wake up and under 4 hours for work. Do that and then be on the way. So it's gonna be a fun day. Fun. A travel day.
Could always be worse.
I know. Shouldn't be working at all, but I don't trust anybody up there to do my job. Not like I'm doing a tremendously difficult job, but I've seen the team running without me, and it's not very good.
Yeah, well, still take your time off and don't worry about it.
Oh,
It's
I know.
It's not your problem at that point in time. It may be when you get back, but
I dread that. But I told a couple people, I said, "You text me with work problems, I'm blocking the number."
Good for you. Good for
you.
you. No, good for you.
So next week, nothing. Tomorrow, I'm off on a vacation. So you'll have plenty of content in the first 3 episodes to watch. But other than that, it was a good episode of Fan Well, all our super fans, the premium fans up there. All the viewers, great interaction, loved it. And that's why it goes longer each time, it seems. Yeah.
Absolutely.
We got the 3 main topics we wanted to hit home on, and then some. So,
like always.
I'm about to fall asleep. I'm that tired. But again, power through, and again, everybody that's watching, thank you for watching. Everybody that stopped in, thank you for stopping in, showing some love. Comment afterwards if you watch it. Again, criticisms, comments, doesn't matter. Just throw it out there.
Absolutely.
So, again, next week, nothing. Week after, there'll be something, I think, right after Labor Day. The football's got to start with that week or the week after, so.
Yeah, it's right around the corner.
Have to be in the forefront. See some more pumping there, so. Thank you again. I did it wrong. I finally did it wrong.
Because you're tired.
I know, I'm just done. He's Steve. I'm Dave. This is the Insert Revolution podcast, episode 3. Signing off, but first, building collections. It's absolutely wonderful. Building friendships. That's what this hobby should be about. Good night, everyone.
Good night, guys.